Leader of Government Business.
Madam Vice President, the Minister of Education is here, and he is ready to answer questions 8 and 9. Madam Vice President, the Minister of Education is here, and he is ready to answer questions 8 and 9.
Senator Janelle John Bates.
The opposition, just to clarify with respect to the other questions for oral answer on the order paper, it's the norm that Leader of Government Business would give an indication as to which questions the government is prepared to answer, and if there's any request for deferral, please. Thank you very much.
President, I was going to go through them sequentially, but I can indicate that in relation to questions 10, 12, 13, and 14, the Minister of Homeland Security is unfortunately unavailable this morning. In relation to question 25, the Minister of Defense asks that this question, the answer be deferred for 2 weeks. And in relation to all of the other questions, we are ready to answer them this morning.
With respect to the indication that the Minister of Homeland Security is not available to respond to the questions, are we to assume that a request for deferral is also made for those questions? The Leader of Government Business did not clarify that.
Could you repeat again? Sorry, I was not hearing you.
With respect to the questions for oral answer assigned to the Minister of Homeland Security, the Leader of Government Business did not specify whether deferral of 2 weeks is being sought for those questions in addition to the others that he did indicate. The options would be another minister would respond, or a deferral of 2 weeks is sought for those particular questions, or till later in the proceedings when the minister is available. So just that clarity is being sought.
Leader of Government Business.
Madam Vice President, I thank the Leader of Opposition Business for the clarification of the options. I'll be seeking a deferral of 2 weeks for questions number 10, 12, 13, and 14 in those circumstances.
Any further questions?
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Our records indicate that question number 10, assigned to the Minister of Homeland Security, was already deferred for 2 weeks at a previous sitting. The staff might be in a position to clarify as well. And therefore, the request for any further deferral is not in the ordinary business of the standing orders.
Through the standing order 2715, I'm seeing here that if it's the senator's wish that they can request through me that the ministers respond in writing.
Vice President, or later in the proceedings today, the minister should respond, given that there was already a deferral.
Leader of Government Business. Would you be able to
Madam
clarify?
President, the standing order is clear with respect. If the minister wants to call upon you to ask the minister to respond in writing, he may do so. In question time, he can do it, not later in the proceedings. So he can exercise his option now.
You have to check.
Senator Long?
So, Madam President, we request the response be furnished in writing as soon as possible, given that there was already a deferral of 2 weeks at a prior sitting.
Thank you very much. We can move on now. Senator General John Bates, so you can proceed.
Question number 8 to the Minister of Education.
Minister of Education.
Good morning, Madam Vice President, to the members of the Upper House, to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. I'm here to respond to question 8 on the order paper. While the Ministry of Education has affirmed that students expelled from public schools are not eligible for readmission, this decision is grounded in the Education Act, Chapter 3901, and is applied in cases of serious misconduct, such as school fights or threats to safety. The ministry has not taken this position lightly and is actively working to safeguard the right to education for these students. In implementing this aspect of school discipline, the following 4 key measures are considered. 1, due process. Thorough investigations must be conducted by the ministry's school supervision and student support services divisions before an order of expulsion is issued. And this takes into account the student's age, background, and discipline history. Secondly, support services available. Expelled students and their families are referred to the appropriate government agencies, including the Ministry of the People, Social Development and Family Services, as well as the community police for counseling and training support. Thirdly, recommendation for alternative education. Students aged 12 to 16 are recommended to serve all. Male students 16 and over can be enrolled in the military-led academic training program, MILAT. Fourthly, the ministry is presently reviewing its policy on discipline. The ministry is conducting a comprehensive review of the National School Code of Conduct and National School Discipline Matrix to create a balance between enforcing discipline and providing structured, compassionate rehabilitation pathways. The Honorable Prime Minister has consistently emphasized that in an atmosphere of fear or disorder, children cannot learn and teachers cannot teach. Thus, it is for this reason the administration has moved decisively to strengthen discipline, security, and student support across the education system. And this had led to the introduction of school-based police officers at selected schools. Disciplinary measures executed in this instance will not be applied in isolation. Madam Vice President, the Ministry of Education seeks to ensure that our schools remain safe and disciplined, while also holding students accountable for actions that threaten others, safeguarding the rights of every child to education, rehabilitation, and the chance for positive reintegration into society. I thank you.
Senator John Bates.
Yes. Supplemental question, please, to the Minister. Minister, given that you would have indicated that males 16 years and over referred to the MILAT program, can you please indicate the status of that program, please, currently?
Minister of Education.
Madam Vice President, through you, that process is presently being reviewed by the Ministry of Defense and the Ministry of Education. There's an MOU that has been developed to ensure that that program is fully functional.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, given that you indicated that the process is currently being reviewed by other ministries, could you give us or indicate if there's an alternative in the interim for males 16 years and over?
Through you, Madam Vice President, that process is in place right now, where the ministry has been reviewing the process, and presently I could provide the rest of it in writing.
The end or most of what the minister would have indicated, please, if it could be repeated.
Minister just asking if you could repeat.
That as we are reviewing the process, we are ensuring that all systems are in place on our side, especially our approach to restorative justice and rehabilitation, so that presently the Ministry of Education is making every step to ensure that our students go through due process, so that within this particular term, none of our students have had to be sent to Milad.
Question 9. Senator Robert Rajman.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Question number 9 to the Minister of Education.
Minister of Education.
Vice President, I respond to question number 9 on the order paper. The Honorable Prime Minister has made it abundantly clear that violence, assault, and disorder in our schools will not be tolerated. Her concern is rooted in the fundamental principle that children can only learn and teachers can only teach in an environment that is safe, secure, and orderly. This government has therefore taken decisive action to ensure that discipline and learning go hand in hand. The Ministry of Education fully acknowledges that while students who engage in violent conduct must face firm consequences, they must also not be abandoned. That is why, under the leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister, we have embedded in the National School Code of Conduct a framework that couples zero tolerance for violence with clear measures for rehabilitation, reintegration, and alternative education. To this end, 4 initiatives are being implemented. 1, collaborating with national programs. Through partnership with the Ministry of Homeland Security and Sports and Youth Affairs, students removed from the school system may be channeled into programs such as MILAT, the Youth Training and Employment Partnership Program, YTEP, and SERVOL. These institutions provide structured training in literacy, life skills, and vocational development alongside discipline and rehabilitation. Secondly, alternative education pathways. Even where expulsion becomes necessary, students of compulsory school age are referred to alternative education institutions and rehabilitation programs, ensuring they continue to receive structured instruction and guidance rather than being left on the margins of society. Thirdly, cross-ministry coordination. The Ministry of Education works hand in hand with the Ministry of Homeland Security, the Children's Authority, and the Probation Services Division to ensure continuity of education and psychosocial support for young offenders. Clinical and behavioral services are available through child guidance clinics to assist in rehabilitation. Fourthly, reintegration support. Upon release or completion of their sentences, students are evaluated for re-entry into alternative education or vocation programs so that they are never permanently excluded from learning and personal development. Madam Vice President, this government is determined to break the cycle of violence and delinquency by combining accountability with opportunity. The Prime Minister's stance has been firm. Indiscipline will not be allowed to flourish unchecked as it did in the past. Each child must be given the chance to continue learning, to be rehabilitated, and to re-enter society as a productive citizen. This is a balance we strike: safe schools for the many and structured support for those who fall short. It is a balance rooted in the Prime Minister's vision of protecting our nation's children while safeguarding their future. Thank you, Madam Vice President.
Madam Vice President, I have 3 supplementals for the Minister, please. Minister, can you indicate how many students have been expelled and or arrested for this new school term, meaning the school term that commenced on September 2025?
Through you, Madam Vice President, we'll have to supply that information in writing because I don't have it at present.
Next supplemental, you mentioned the reintegration process for students who would have served maybe their time or whatever punitive process they had to go through. Can you indicate if that reintegration process involves any opportunity for students to receive what we usually call traditional or formal education, meaning them being able to still obtain O-level or A-level certificates?
Through you, Madam Vice President, that is one of the objectives through MILAT and other institutions where they are able to continue their journey towards their CSEC qualifications.
Thank you, Minister. Can you also indicate for me then the status of the YTEP, Serval, and MILAT programs, as well as whether there's any students students registered in these programs right now? MILAT in particular, please. Thank you.
Right. Through you, Madam Vice President, YTEP is under the Ministry of Tertiary Education, but we can obtain that information and supply it to you. Right?
And MILAT and Serval, please.
Sure.
No, it was because it came from a different question. That's why I asked the supplemental again.
Yes, the information will be supplied in writing.
Thank you, Minister.
Senator Melanie Roberts Rajman.
The next one was question number 10. No, I have one. Question number 11, sorry. Question number 11 to the Minister of Justice, please.
Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice President. Question 11 is as follows. Can the Minister advise of the status of the Police Complaints Authority's investigations into the police-involved shootings which occurred in Tobago in the months of April and May 2025? Madam Vice President, this question concerns investigations under the purview of the Police Complaints Authority, the PCA, an independent oversight body indirectly under the purview of the Ministry of Justice. I am advised by the PCA that the information provided in response to this question posed is in furtherance of Section 23B of the Police Complaints Act, which outlines that, quote, in the performance of its functions, the authority may, as it thinks appropriate, A, work in cooperation or in consultation with, or B, disseminate intelligence and information to any person or body, whether public or private. Madam Vice President, let me at the onset point out that the question does not specify the exact occurrences being referenced aside from the months of April and May, and the location being Tobago. Nevertheless, I have endeavored to obtain information in response to the question posed. The PCA has advised that during the period April and May 2025, the PCA initiated investigations into 2 police-involved fatal shooting incidents as follows. 1, Ronald Marcel, 34, of number 29 Bethlehem Main Road, Bethel, Tobago, which occurred on April 25th, 2025, and 2, Frank Allen Sandy, 74, of Windsor Road, Mount St. George, Tobago, which occurred on May 30th, 2025. As regards Mr. Ronald Marcel, with regard to the shooting of Ronald Marcel, which occurred in April The PCA has advised that the TTPS investigative file, witness statements, video footage, post-mortem certificate, reports, photographs, and documentation have been obtained. However, certain information remains outstanding, including further statements and reports. Mr. Frank Allen Sandy, with regard to the shooting of Frank Allen Sandy, which occurred in May, the PCA has advised that extracts and relevant records from the Scarborough Police Station and Scarborough CID have been obtained. Interviews were conducted and a witness statement has been obtained. However, certain information remains outstanding. Further statement, reports, photographs, completed forms relating to firearms testing, and the TTPS investigative file, which has been requested by the PCA for audit. Thank you, Madam Vice President.
Go to question 19, Senator Alicia Lilith Etienne.
Question 19 to the Minister of Works and Transport.
Okay, so the Minister of Works and Transport and Infrastructure.
Infrastructure, my correction. Thank you.
It's not present right now, so the Minister of Transport and Civil Aviation will answer your question for you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to answer question 19 on behalf of my colleague, the Minister of Works and Infrastructure. Question goes as follows. The Ministry of Works and Infrastructure wishes to advise that pavement repairs on the following roads in Port of Spain falls under the routine maintenance operations conducted by the Highways Division of the Ministry. Ryson Road, Western Main Road, Eastern Main Road, Lady Young Road, St. Anne's Road, and Saddle Road. In this regard, the existing system for addressing pavement defects commences with inspections conducted by the Highways Division officials to identify issues. Identified defects are reviewed to plan repairs and prepare the program of works to be undertaken. Before work begins, the availability of necessary materials is confirmed. Once confirmed, the plan repair is then entered into the Highway Division Routine Maintenance Management System, RMMS, with the actual construction being carried out by an in-house crew and a supervised construction foreman. After completion, the work is measured and inspected by supervisors to verify the quantity, material used, and ensure quality standards are met. It should be noted that repair time frames are prioritized based on the risk level of the defect.
Senator?
A supplemental question. You explained the process, but could you tell me a time frame that will, from beginning till end, where persons with disabilities, whereby they could enjoy a safe walkway?
Madam Vice President, based on the sidewalk defect cycle developed for each district, inspection and repair schedules are established according to the defect and the risk to pedestrian safety. The projected time frames are as follows. High risk, tripping hazards, broken slabs, manhole cover issues, repair within 2 to 4 weeks. Moderate risk, minor cracks, repair within 2 to 4 weeks. Low risk, surface wear, monitor and repair within 1 to 2 weeks. Challenges that affect scheduling include limited manpower and resources for rapid repairs, delays in procurement of material, coordination with utility companies when defects involve service lines, restricted work hours in high traffic areas, pedestrian areas.
Thank you.
All right, the slimy show will
Question
begin
20.
after this stupid shit is over.
Senator Lilith Etienne.
Thank you, Vice President. Question 20 to Minister of Labour.
Mic check. Testing.
I wish to thank you, Madam Vice President, for the opportunity to respond to the question posed by the Honorable Senator.
Testing.
With respect to the first part of the question, the government of Trinidad and Tobago, in its official policy framework, has committed to building a prosperous country driven by inclusivity and innovation through economic diversification beyond oil and gas. Some of the initiatives that have been identified in the official policy framework that will expand the employment and entrepreneurship opportunities available to the people of Trinidad and Tobago include to develop a world-class yacht service, maintenance, and boat building hub in Chaguarabas, to increase support to the creative sector, new media, and social media, to focus on youth employment through the provision of paid work experiences in the green economy, digital economy,
How's my mic?
creative industries.
Mic check.
The promotion of leisure, medical, cultural, and sporting tourism, and addressing the provision of contract work in the public service, statutory bodies, and state enterprises, including the filling of vacancies on the establishment. Indeed, all persons with disabilities will be included in these initiatives. In response to the second part of the question, it is noted that the opportunities being created will be available to everyone based on their abilities, skills, and qualifications. At this time, no percentage of these initiatives has been allocated for persons with disabilities, as this kind of affirmative action can potentially have a limited effect in that it can be construed as placing a ceiling on the number of persons with disabilities that can be employed. In other words, every position is open to persons with disabilities. With respect to the third part of the question, this issue does not arise. Jobs will be created in keeping with the government's diversification thrust, and opportunities will be open to all persons with disabilities, skills, and qualifications. However, Madam Vice President, the Ministry of Labor, Small and Micro Enterprise Development is cognizant of the fact that persons with disabilities face significantly greater challenges in the labor market. Some of the initiatives undertaken by the ministry to address these challenges include doing physically accessibility assessments, including of the offices of the ministry. We have conducted an employer readiness survey, the result of which was indicated about 14% of employers were in the full state of readiness to employ persons with disabilities. In light of these findings of the survey, the ministry will be placing specific focus on the sensitizing of employers on disability inclusion in the workplace and making reasonable accommodation and ensuring accessibility. Yes? Cipriani Labour College is engaged to have disability inclusion incorporated in its curricula, and it's something that we intend to promote throughout of course, in conjunction with the Ministry of Education, throughout curricula, across all teaching institutions. I thank you, Madam President.
No. Thank you.
Question 21, Senator Etienne.
Question 21 to the Minister of the People. And social development and family services.
Madam Vice President, through you, I have must indicate to Senator Etienne that unfortunately and regrettably, the answer is not yet ready.
Okay.
No, it's been deferred already.
Okay. Senator Etienne, would you like this answer in writing for your question? 21? Okay. Thank you.
Could be in writing. Thanks.
Thank you kindly, Madam Vice President.
Question 22, Senator Dr. Desiree Murray.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Question number 22 to the Minister of Transport and Civil Aviation.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. The Ministry of Transport and Civil Aviation wishes to advise that consideration is actively being given to revising Form 12 of the Motor Vehicle and Road Traffic Regulations to address the assessment of peripheral vision, in addition to distant vision, as part of the medical evaluation required for the issuance or renewal of driving permits. Following representations from the Trinidad and Tobago Blind Welfare Association, TTBWA, and recognizing the importance of detecting conditions such as glaucoma that primarily affect peripheral vision, a high-level stakeholder consultation with the Chief Medical Officer on the 24th of July 2024 to assess the adequacy of Form 12. The consultation examined whether Form 12, which presently directs special attention to distant vision, should be revised to expressly include peripheral vision, or whether this can be achieved by issuing guidance and standardization testing protocols to medical professionals. 3 options are currently under review: amending Form 12 legislatively to mandate peripheral vision testing, issuing a policy-based guidance document to accompany Form 12 on standardized screening practices among medical practitioners, including procedures for testing both distant and peripheral vision, implementing a tailored screening protocol whereby applicants with identified risks or abnormalities, baseline screening, example via Snellen chart, are referred for more comprehensive vision field testing. In parallel with these policy considerations, the Ministry is undertaking an operational review that includes evaluating the adequacy of Form 12 as a baseline screening tool, assessing the feasibility of a tiered screening model to balance medical accuracy with affordability and access, collaborating with the University of West Indies School of Optometry to develop a training and certification program for licensed vision staff to conduct vision screening, conducting a cost-benefit analysis of the proposed reforms and their potential impact on citizens and the public healthcare system. Further engagement is planned with the Transport Commissioner, the TTBWA, and technical stakeholders. The Ministry is also exploring whether the proposed updates may be implemented via policy and administrative guidance, or whether legislative amendment to the schedule of the regulations would be required.
Thank you for that comprehensive answer. Could you give some timelines, please?
Madam Vice President, I don't have a timeline, but we are actively working on it.
Question 23, Senator Murray.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Question number 23 to the Minister of Transport and Civil Aviation.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. The Ministry of Transport and Civil Aviation wishes to advise that where a registered medical practitioner advises a driver that he or she is unfit to drive, whether on account of impaired vision, mental incapacity, or a loss of limb, the licensing authority is already empowered under law to revoke the permit in keeping with due process. The Minister is mindful, however, that the current penalty imposed on persons who fail to comply with the requirement to return their permits on medical grounds remains limited to a fine of $100, together with a further fine of $5 for each day the offence continues. In this regard, the Minister wishes to reconfirm government's commitment to advancing road safety. These initiatives will extend beyond vision impairment and address all aspects of road safety. Currently measures being contemplated to ensure compliance as stipulated under Section 48 of the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Act are: 1. Legal amendments to mandate compulsory eye tests for the issue and renewal
I figured they would be talking about something important, but
of driving permits for all classes of life.
You know, with everything we have happening in the country, this is the stupid shit they discussed in your parliament.
How's my audio? Slimy Shows live. All right, let's get this shit started. Let's cancel this stupid shit. All right, let's go.
In your house, trying to raise your family in a law-abiding manner, 9 o'clock in the morning. Gunman in your hole.
Gunman in your hole.
She like that. Hot man, she like that. Gunman, she hold. Gunman, she hold. Gunman, she hold. She like that. Gunman, she hold. She like that. Hot man, she hold. She like that. Gunman, she hold. Gunman, she hold. Gunman, she hold. She like that. How can you get low? How can you get low? And I'm gonna empty the clip and I reload. How can you get low? How can you get low? And I'm gonna empty the clip and I reload. Gunman, she hold. She like that. Gunman, she hold. She like that. Gunman, she hold. Gunman, she hold. Gunman, she hold. She like that.
A reminder of the imperial arrogance that has long
All right. Sorry for canceling that mic check. Can you hear me? Mic check. All right, we're gonna get this stream started now. I was hoping that something important will be coming out in the parliament, but they're just talking about nothing important. So let me just get my slides up, and we'll get started shortly.
Living in your house, trying to raise your family in a law-abiding manner, 9 o'clock in the morning. Gunman in your hole. 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 Gunman in she hole. She like that. Gunman in she hole. She like that. Gunman in she hole. Gunman in she hole. Gunman in she hole. She like that. Gunman in she hole. She like that. she hold, she like that. Gunman in she hold, gunman in she hold, gunman in she hold, she like that. How you get low, how you get low, and on a empty digit and a reload. How you get low, how you get low.
Good morning, Trinidad and Tobago. Welcome to the Slimy Show. How is my audio? I'm testing two mics here. Which mic is better? Welcome to the Slimy Show, streaming on the Workers' Right platform. Also on the Slimy Show on YouTube. And for the first time ever on Twitter, also known as X. So before we get the stream started, let's start with a prayer from my girl Aisha. Alright. Welcome all. Where did the thing disappear to? Okay.
Reminder of the imperial arrogance that has long treated Caribbean lives as expendable in the name of security. Let us be clear, this is not protection, this is recolonization. Trinidad and Tobago's alignment with US military objectives marks a catastrophic betrayal of the Caribbean consensus that our region must remain a zone of peace. In a single stroke, our leadership has reversed decades of struggle towards regional autonomy, from the Federation dream to the founding principles of CARICOM. By inviting a foreign power with documented history of anti-Black, xenophobic, and extractive aggression into our waters. This government has traded the dignity of the people for the optics of proximity to empire. We must name it for what it is: the sale of sovereignty dressed as diplomacy. What we are witnessing, the invasion of our Caribbean waters, the killing of 32 men on alleged drug boats without due process or evidence, is not justice. It is murder. It is imperial violence dressed up once again in the rhetoric dog whistle of security and war on drugs. Again, let us be clear, this is not about drugs. It is about natural resources. It is about oil. It is about power. The United States, abetted by local collaborators, has long used narratives to justify control over territories rich in natural resources and geostrategic access. Our region has been a pawn in their empire building for centuries. With the apparent complicity now of our own leadership, the cycle continues. To our goodly Prime Minister, I say this: allegiance to empire is not leadership, it is capitulation. It is the mimicry of colonial power masquerading as progress, even as it alienates us from our Caribbean brothers and sisters who continue to insist on peace, independence, and regional self-determination. I write not as a partisan. I have long unsubscribed from our party-led politics, nor do I subscribe to the bankrupt capitalist system that sustains them. I write as a Caribbean socialist, aligned with the unrealized visions of those who imagined freer, fairer, more humane futures for our people. From Claudia Jones to Una Marsan to CLR James to Morris Bishop to Audre Lorde to Sylvia Winter, may they all walk in power. Their work reminds us that another world was always possible, even when empire insisted otherwise. What we face now is a moral and ideological crisis. Not just of governance, but of imagination. It is time to reclaim both. We must begin to dream again, knowing we do not have all the answers, but still willing to painstakingly envision a brave new hybrid, uncolonized way of being, living and thriving outside of the death-riddled machinery of capitalism and militarism that has never served us. Caribbean sovereignty is not for sale. Caribbean lives are not collateral damage. And peace, true peace, must never be bartered for power. I am taking this public stance for my baby girl so that one day when history measures who stood silent and who spoke, there will be record that I did not sit idly by. However small, inconvenient, maybe terrifying or inconsequential it may seem to some, silence in moments such as these is complicity. So I stand here today for my daughter, for our children, for those not yet born. Let this be on record. I am Abeo Aisha Christabel Jackson, sixth-generation American from the lineage of Amphi and Bashana Jackson.
Amen, sister. Amen. So now going off that energy, we're going to start the show. Hang on. And one more time, I want you to hear the words of a right-thinking leader. Not what we have here in Trinidad and Tobago. I want you to hear what a responsible leader sounds like.
If ever we needed a reminder of how unstable and how
Mic check, mic check. Let me know if the audio is okay.
and how vulnerable our Caribbean region is, it is now with us facing a multiplicity of threats. We don't need to look any further than the menacing vessels, military vessels from the United States across the Caribbean Sea, including what is reputed to be the world's largest warship. These are not times of pirates anymore. This is 2025, and we have cause to be duly concerned, because even as that is happening, one of the most dangerous hurricanes for the 2025 Atlantic season is bearing down on our brothers and sisters in the Northern Caribbean, Melissa. We are facing, my friends, an extremely dangerous and untenable situation in Southern Caribbean. And as a people with a tragic history of being subjected to centuries of big power, orchestrated genocide, terrorism, and warfare, and as a small state, we have invested tremendous time and energy and effort in establishing and maintaining our region as a zone of peace. Peace is critical to all that we do in this region. And now that peace is being threatened, we have to speak up. I believe that the time has come for us, therefore, to be able to ensure that we do not accept that any entity has the right to engage in extrajudicial killings of persons that they suspect of being involved in criminal activities. As I said, we stand for the rule of law. And we believe that if there is other intelligence available that would cause you to take action that is an immediate threat to you as a nation, then you have a duty to share it with us. But on the face of it, conflating law enforcement with military action is a dangerous step, as Kerry Simmons advocated a few weeks ago. We equally do not accept that any nation in our region or the Greater Caribbean should be the subject of an imposition upon them of any unilateral expression of force and violence by any third party or nation. If there are conflicts and disputes that are in need of resolution, then the place that they need to be taken for such resolution is the United Nations organization. And the methodology that must be deployed for the resolution is one of negotiation and peaceful actions taken in order to ensure that we can settle disputes. Barbados has always been that place, and that is why we were the location for the opposition and government in Venezuela to sign the pact here a few years ago, because we are friends of all and satellites of none. And I say so comforted that this has been the position of every single government of the country since independence. The violent actions that this buildup has led to needs to be the subject of dialogue. And I have said before, almost every war in the world in history has been ended by dialogue. So let us have dialogue to prevent the war from starting rather than to stop it when it has started.
Good morning, Trinidad and Tobago. Good morning, Trinidad and Tobago. All right. Let me first start the show off by saying we will be discussing politics on this channel. And I believe in free speech, especially when it deals with politics. There's like on Twitter, on X, there's this policy where political figures are not allowed to block citizens. They're not allowed to block the voices of citizens. And that same policy should be brought over to YouTube. This thing we have where political figures are trying to silence oppositional speech is highly offensive to me. And on this channel, on this Slimy Show, on the Workers' Right platform, total free speech. So the first thing I would like to do, if for instance is listening, anyone on the block list currently needs to be removed immediately with immediate effect. So let's get the show started. With the news that came out of Venezuela yesterday, that all gas deals were cancelled with Venezuela, it put Trinidad in a great mess. And thankfully we have right-thinking politicians in Trinidad. Let's big up Penny. She made a visit to the Venezuelan ambassador yesterday. So let's read this article out from The Guardian. Venezuelan ambassador visits Penny, discusses recent issues. First question we should be asking, and this should be concerned to everybody in Trinidad, right? It's almost like a slap in the face to the current ruling party, the UNC, where the government of Venezuela refuses to meet with the head, and instead would meet with I would say, to use the term that Utrinians use, a right-thinking politician. So let's read this article from Gail Alexander. A day after Venezuela suspends gas agreements with the UNC and hours before it declared Prime Minister Kamla Persad Besessa persona non grata. Oh, that's another thing. Kamla Persad Besessa, the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, has been declared persona non grata in the country of Venezuela. So that OFAC license you guys just got a few weeks ago that you paid $500,000 for, that is down the freaking toilet. Because in the terms of that piss poor OFAC license, you were told to go to Venezuela and negotiate with Venezuela, and you had 6 months to do that. So now that Kamla Persad Besessa has been declared persona non grata, Trinidad is basically screwed. So we have Penny, Beckles, some leadership finally stepping up and meeting with the ambassador of Venezuela. Congratulations! So let's continue the article. Opposition leader Penelope Beckles yesterday received a courtesy call from Venezuelan ambassador to Trinidad and Tobago, Alvaro Enrique Sanchez Cordero, and discussions included a modus operandi in resolving regional issues such as energy cooperation, migration, and maritime security. How embarrassing it is that the Venezuelan government has decided to deal with the opposition instead of the freaking leadership. Beckles has also filed a motion for debate in Parliament condemning Prime Minister Kamla Persad Besessa's recent inflammatory statements, and Beckles wants government to reaffirm Trinidad and Tobago's commitment to CARICOM. The information was issued by the National Movement yesterday. The meeting with Venezuela ambassador took place against the backdrop of recent regional developments, including U.S.-Venezuelan tension and TNT Venezuelan issues. The PNM stated that Beckles underscored that Trinidad and Tobago has always upheld a principled foreign policy grounded in respect for international law, dialogue, and the maintenance of the Caribbean as a zone of peace. A principle promoting conflict resolution, mediation, and non-interference among sovereign states. Let me say that again. The zone of peace is a principle promoting conflict resolution, mediation, and non-interference among sovereign states. She reaffirmed that these foundations have guided Trinidad and Tobago's approach to diplomacy since independence. Discussions therefore covered the importance of open communication, transparency, and diplomacy in resolving complex regional issues, particularly those related to energy cooperation, migration, and maritime security. Beckles reiterated the PNM's commitment to protecting Trinidad and Tobago's national interests while supporting peaceful engagement and adherence to international norms. She stressed the PNM's historically, I hate what they keep saying this PNM. It should be Trinidad and Tobago. She stressed the PNM's historically strong and respectful relations with Venezuela dating back to the establishment of diplomatic ties in 1962 under Dr. Eric Williams' leadership. Cordero congratulated Beckles on her leadership of the opposition. I congratulate her also. He highlighted Venezuela's appreciation for the long-standing friendship between the two nations. He also cited cultural and historical bonds of both, reflecting on shared traditions such as parang across cultural exchanges. Both parties reaffirmed a shared commitment to peace, mutual respect, and constructive dialogue as the foundation for continued bilateral cooperation. The PNM stated that the meeting concluded with a message of hope for the preservation of regional stability, deepened cultural ties, and enduring friendship between the peoples of both countries. Thank God! Meanwhile, Beckles' motion on Parliament's agenda for Friday noted that recent developments have given rise to an impasse between Trinidad and Tobago and Venezuela, risking adverse consequences for our economy, national security, and international standing. The PNM said the conduct of Trinidad and Tobago's foreign relations is vested in the executive and must be exercised in accordance with the Constitution, the UN Charter, and the principles of peaceful settlement of disputes, respect for sovereignty, non-intervention, and prudent diplomacy. It noted that Trinidad and Tobago's national interests, including citizen safety, regional security, trade, aviation, fisheries, and energy cooperation, are directly affected by relations with Venezuela. Let me repeat that again. Citizen safety, regional security, trade, aviation, fisheries, and energy cooperation are directly affected by relations with Venezuela. Oh my God, this is so... Well, I shouldn't say I should be upset at this point. The motion stated that public statements attributed to the Prime Minister regarding these developments are viewed as inflammatory and injurious to Trinidad and Tobago's reputation and interests, generating public concern and diplomatic unease. It condemned the Prime Minister's inflammatory statements as isolating Trinidad and Tobago and harming its standing and interests. Why is this so difficult to understand, you people, you UNC supporters? The motion noted that CARICOM has long advanced a collective approach to external relations, particularly security challenges, to ensure the region remains a zone of peace and this may be interpreted to be variance with the Prime Minister's statements. It also calls for Trinidad and Tobago's foreign policy to be coherent, measured, and aligned with the long-standing traditions of Caribbean diplomacy and international law. The PNM will also call on government to reaffirm Trinidad and Tobago's commitment to CARICOM and to the upholding of international law. This is an article by The Guardian. I really hate when they keep saying this PNM stuff. It should be really Trinidad and Tobago, but what you see happening now with this ruling party, the United National Congress, is not only do we have a split internationally, we have a split within relations between the opposition and the ruling party. Something which is supposed to be vibrant in a democracy, but now it seems that the opposition is the only one with sense. I listened to a program this morning, and I was totally flabbergasted and embarrassed once again to be a Trini. I want to play this for you guys. Listen to this should get you vexed.
Pitbull in here. Andy,
Actually, no,
I would
not
like
this
to
one.
bring out the pitbull in here.
Not yet. So the article I just read just now, I want you guys, Trinidad and Tobago, right-thinking citizens, to listen to this shit. This is what was spread over, well, not really airwaves, but this was spread over the social media this morning regarding Penelope Beckles and her visit with the Venezuelan ambassador.
Good morning again. I hope
no,
you get to play
this is not the one. God damn it.
Andy, I would like to say to bring out the pitbull in here. This morning, they really bring out the pitbull in here. Yep, that.
No. All right. Give me 2 seconds. I don't have the slides up. I messed that slide up. Hold on 1 second. I'll be right back. The actual video that I'm looking for is not up here. That will actually listening to this will get you upset. Congratulations, Penny. Let's see how this goes. Alright, that green screen is actually the sunlight from the other side is actually making it come out. Let's see that. I would like to introduce this new section called Daughter Scholar of the Day. Alright? Give me a couple of seconds to set up this slide, you people. In the meanwhile, let me play some music for y'all. Hold on.
Living in your house, trying to raise your family in a law-abiding manner. 9 o'clock in the morning. Gunman in your home. 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 Gunman in your home.
Master. Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, she like that. How will you get low? How will you get low? And then I empty the clip and I reload. How will you get low? How will you get low? And then I empty the clip and I reload. Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, she like that.
Go ahead, my brother.
Oh, here it is.
Living in your house.
Here it is. Here it is. Here it is.
Trying to raise your family in a law-abiding manner. 9 o'clock in the morning.
So yes, people.
Gunman in your home.
After Penny did that heroic act for the people of Trinidad and Tobago, this was the response. And like I said, I am embarrassed to be a Trini right now. This was the response. Listen to this shit and get upset.
Tabakit here. Andy, I call once more to make that deep clarion call. I call on the Commissioner of Police to launch a full investigation into the opposition leader, Ms. Beckles. Again, let me repeat. I make a clarion call to the Commissioner of Police to investigate the opposition leader, Ms. Beckles. I want to know what meeting she had with the American ambassador. You cannot tell me what is taking place in your country, and you are not the prime minister. You all are not the sitting government. And to go in and do such, it need to be condemned by all quarters. And again, I make a clarion call to the Commissioner of Police, investigate the opposition leader, Ms. Beckles, and also Amory Brown. It cannot be tolerated. We will not tolerate it. We have to speak out. What Ms. Beckles did there, it is wrong against diplomacy. I thank you, Tabakit out and off.
Bang, bang, bang. That is the level.
KFC.
Wait. In the Dota Scroll of the day, we have a 2-for-1 here. So when I recorded this video, it was a 2-for-1 special. Right? This is the level of stupidity that we have broadcasting on social media after Penny did something that... The number to call in is 347-791-3311. I would like to hear your voice. I would like to hear your thoughts on this. Penny, congratulations. So let's continue with this Dota Scroll. We have a 2-for-1 special. It was like back to back. Dota Scroller after Dota Scroller.
KFC, this is the King's Day. You will get help. Mohit and them will get help. I know they're kind of excited. I know you are UNC and I know you defend the UNC just like me, just like all of us. But Mohit and them, they will help you. It just no. We I know I know my mouth watering, but I don't know. We have to wait still. We have to wait still, but we have to wait still. But hold your head, KFC. Hold your head up. Keep the fire burning in your belly. Let that fire burn in your belly. Yeah? We UNC and we proud. We ain't backing down. 9 years PNM. I'm sorry. 9 years PNM suffer. 9 years. What we do now? Turn me back on the UNC. You can't turn me back on the UNC. I want to say it. And I want to tape me. I rather suffer under the UNC than suffer under the PNM. I want to say it again.
Yes, so you're being taped.
This is the king of the airwave. I rather suffer under the UNC and suffer under the PNM. You will never understand what I say. I go on for the day.
Yo, the level of stupidity that is broadcast over social media, go Trinidad and Tobago. I hope you'll no, I wouldn't say burn down the place, but you'll have to launch some kind of protest if this kind of danceness is actually put on national air or national media again in Trinidad. It is so disgusting. And whenever I hear stuff like that, it makes me embarrassed to be a Trini. You UNC supporters, you see, I don't know if you understand what is going on here, right? Venezuela has declared your leader persona non grata, meaning she is not welcome in a country, that no one is supposed to be speaking to her. You understand that? Venezuela has declared Prime Minister Kamala Prasad Besessa persona non grata. So no one in the government of Venezuela is allowed to speak to that woman. We should be praising that Penny stepped up and made that call to somehow try to, I don't know how she's going to fix this. I don't know how the opposition could do anything to smooth this out. But congratulations, Penny Beckles, on that heroic effort to rescue Trinidad and Tobago. So let me try to break this down for you. Venezuela has cut off all energy deals with Trinidad and Tobago, meaning no gas, no nothing, no oil is coming to Trinidad from Venezuela. Your daughter's Prime Minister, after she spent $500,000 to get this 6-month OFAC license to go back to negotiate with Venezuela. Remember that you had a 2-year license before, eh? You guys are supposed to be winning. When the UNC came in, you had a 2-year operational OFAC license where you could go and explore and do actual operational work. That was taken away when Trump came in, and instead of going to the table and negotiating like Chevron did to get back their license, Kamala Prasad Besessa went on national media, on international media, and said the OFAC license was dead. The dragon is dead, excuse me. Like, I don't think she understands, like, when the leader of a country issues statements from her mouth, it almost comes out like policy. Like, she's not just a regular, what is wrong with the microphone? That's what I keep telling you. How is my mic? How is the audio? Alright, people are saying that the microphone is bad. Hold on, let me see. Audio check, audio check. What are you hearing? What is bad about the mic? I don't hear. Alright, so what did I do that is different? have two microphones. I have this headset microphone and I have this microphone that I'm talking to. So I'm not sure which one is. If anything, it should be in an echo. Static key might be this one then. All right, let me see. All right, this is the headset mic. How is that sounding? All right, let's see if I could disable one of these microphones. Hold on. Testing. So now I'm using the headset microphone. This is the headset microphone. How is it now? Mic check, 1 2 1 2. How is it now? How is it coming out now? I'm using the headset now. How is it? Albedo. All right, what was I saying? All right, excellent. All right, you threw me off with this whole microphone thing, but I'm glad the audio is back up and running. I totally forgot what I was ranting about. What was I ranting about? Oh. How's my audio? Workers Right 868. People keep complaining about the audio. Alright, I forget what I was talking about. I lost my whole train of thought, man. Okay, so let's get back to the main script. Forget about all this. So congratulations, That's a very good question, Albedo. Why am I talking about some persona non grata in Venezuela? Because that persona non grata in Venezuela is actually the leader of the country of Trinidad and Tobago. Oh yes, I remember what I was talking about now. Yes, the OFAC license. So when the UNC came into power, they were given they came in with a 2-year OFAC operational license where they could go drill and explore and do all that crap, right? When Trump came in, he suspended that license, which was like just regular policy because it's a new administration, whatever. Chevron in Venezuela went and renegotiated and got back their drilling license. Instead, what Kamala Persad did is she went like a clown on social media and actually regular media all over the place talking shit that the dragon is dead. What this old dotish woman doesn't understand is she is now the leader of her country, and the words that come out of her mouth, it translates to policy, it translates to positions that your country is taking. The Keith Rowley administration, the administration prior to you, spent years and years and years to finagle and negotiate and plead and prod and beg Venezuela to get this deal for the country of Trinidad, because we need that gas from that Dragon gas field, because the supplies of gas that we currently have are dwindling, almost to the point where plants are shutting down in Trinidad. Right? So this is why it was so critically important to negotiate this dragon gas deal with Venezuela. This clown comes in and says what she says, pissing off the government of Venezuela. Because, like I said, she's now the leader of a country, and everything she says is now the policy position of the country. So what needs to be done? How can we fix this Trinidad and Tobago? In 6 months. In 6 months. Not even 6 months. We have 10 years of policy of work being unraveled by this woman and her evil supporters. So I want you guys to pay attention to the shit that is going around on social media. That video that I just played for you with this Dotus Duncy head person calling for the arrest of Penny. Penny should be getting some kind of award right now. If you had a right thinking government, right? Because Penny is trying to save you, Trinidad and Tobago. Penny is trying to prevent the avalanche of shit that is about to roll onto your heads, Trinidad and Tobago. Because it's not just the dragon that is dead now, remember. Right? Everything is dead. All energy coming from Venezuela is dead. So if you have no gas being processed by your plants, TN Tech will struggle to get gas. Because TN Tech, WASA, all of these people depend on the energy that is coming out from your energy plant, right? Because we don't import gas. Not yet. Not yet. Oh God, I'm getting a headache doing this shit. Like listening to this social media program this morning. Like I tell you, I get vexed. It is annoying, and actually I came here to clap back at you people. One second.
Good morning.
I came here to fight. So I have a message to Miss Mudzami. Before I start, let me play this message. Yeah, okay. This is kind of important, you guys. You need to listen to this and listen to this carefully. This is a disclaimer from that Renaissance told me that I actually need to play for you people.
Disclaimer. The content presented on the Workers' Rights 868 YouTube channel is intended for informational purposes only. The channel promotes freedom of expression and encourages questioning of allegations that are in the public domain. Any opinions, views, or statements expressed in the videos are those of the individuals involved and do not necessarily reflect the views of Workers' Rights 868.
Alleged persons mentioned in the content are invited to provide a rebuttal or clarification by contacting us at the following phone number, 333-176. We strive to maintain fairness and open dialogue, allowing all parties involved an opportunity to address any concerns or inaccuracies that may arise. Please note that the information shared on this channel does not constitute legal advice, and viewers are encouraged to seek professional advice for specific legal matters. Workers' Rights 868 does not endorse or condone any illegal activities, and the content is not intended to create a client-attorney relationship. Viewers are urged to use their discretion and critically assess the information presented.
Yes. So Renaissance said I have to play this message when I'm oh god. So back to Dota Scroll of the Day. I like to feature this one right here, ladies. And it's upsetting in many ways. But listen.
Good morning again. I hope you get to play this voice note. Good morning to you, Andy, Lennox, Mikey, Newbie, and everybody. This is directed to Lennox. Lennox, you need to clean up the corridor transformation chat. Slimy is bringing down your chat with his nasty, derogatory cursing. Lennox, that's why a lot of people not sharing your chat because of Slimy and his nastiness.
No people, no Lennox, people are not sharing your chat because all you do on your chat is talk Dota shit. That is why people are not sharing his chat, Miss Munzami, because it's nothing but nonsense and drivel and horse shit that comes out of Lennox and the Ground Report's mouth, Miss Munzami.
And if you want to gain traction, Lennox, you'll have to do something about it. Look, people on this.
If you want to gain traction, Lennox and the Ground Report, start speaking truth to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Maybe then your viewership would go up instead of go down like it's been doing. Because what's been happening is all those CPEP workers that used to support you, that used to support your program, they're coming onto your program and seeing that you're not speaking up to protect them. So that is why your numbers are dropping, because you are nothing but a propagandist. You are nothing but scum. You are nothing but the one. You are the main person that encouraged this destruction that is happening in Trinidad and Tobago right now. I hold you responsible.
Start complaining about it too.
So block me in your chat.
I come on there in the night. I just block the chat and
block the chat. Block me, block everybody.
I don't want people to see that.
When you block me, I speak louder. It's like y'all don't realize that by now. The whole reason my name is Slimy is because of this woman here. This evil, nasty woman. This state board appointed member. What you're hearing right now on this video is a what is supposed to be a distinguished state board member of TTT coming on social media programs every day talking nonsense and propaganda and lies and hate and her racism.
Kind of nastiness, Lennox. You need to do something about Slimy on your corridor transformation program chat. Thanks.
And I see the people send things and I catch him a tail to get. So when you get
catch your tail,
you gotta go up on corridor transformation and block Slimy. You gotta block Slimy.
Play it over.
I catch him
what
a tail.
you miss? What you miss?
He raw. Lennox, I see it. The man raw now.
I'm raw. That's right. I'm raw. Because I'm vexed. I'm upset. I'm upset with what you people are doing. I'm upset with what you people are encouraging
and the image
in the country. I'm upset with how you people are encouraging people to think. Listen to this shit that is being played on social media that this man is actually encouraging. You see, when this man says X, and I noticed this from listening to him, anything he says, his caller will call in the program supporting whatever hog shit he's spewing over the air of Trinidad social media. His callers will back him up and always talk his nonsense. I sent him a very stern WhatsApp message yesterday and he blocked me for it. You little pussy, Andy. Stop lying to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Stop being a propagandist. You are better than that. You're smarter than that. You're not Lennox. You're not that Dota Show man. You have intelligence. You have some sort of intelligence in your freaking head. Because I heard you yesterday talking about the situation that's happening with Venezuela cutting off the deal, cutting off all the price, and you tried to relay that message to the people. You tried to show concern, but somehow you let the chat in your audience overpower your intelligence. You weak freaking man, so-called people. You are not strong enough to balance political speech, so you go ahead and you block people because you're a bitch. You are weak. My freaking computer froze. What's going on? Testing, testing, testing. Why did my slides freeze up? Computer. And I'm supposed to be an IT guy, huh? I'll be right back. Let me go get some more drink. Let's hope this computer whatever is clears up by then. Hold on. Chrome just freaking crashed on me. Testing, testing. Are you there? The whole of WhatsApp just froze up on me just now. I guess people didn't like the cussing. That's too bad. Alright, we are back. Chrome just froze up on me. Everything just went poof. Testing, testing, testing. Alright, everything just freaking dropped. Testing, testing. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hey, the whole freaking everything just froze up on me just now. God damn it. How is the audio? Am I back? Am I back? Am I back?
Good morning again. I hope you get to play this voice note. Good morning to you, Andy, Lennox, Mikey, Newbie, and everybody. This is directed to Lennox. Lennox, you need to clean up the corridor transformation chat. Slimy is bringing down your chat with his nasty, derogatory cursing.
Hi, Poe.
Lennox, that's why a lot of people
I'm Slimy, guys. Hi. I'm Slimy.
And his nastiness.
Who is Poe?
And if you want to gain traction, Lennox, you'll have to do something about it. Look, people on this chat complaining about it too.
Who are you, Poe?
Sometimes when I come on here on any night, I just block the chat and listen to you. I am not sharing. I don't want people to see that kind of nastiness, Lennox. You need to do something about Slimy on your corridor transformation program chat. Thanks.
And I see people send things, Lennox. I catch them at the gate. So when you get chance, Lennox, you gotta go up on corridor transformation and block Slimy. You gotta block Slimy. I catch him at the he raw. Right? Lennox, I see it. The man raw now, the man cussing.
I don't pay attention to that, but certainly when comments like these reach my attention, certainly, and it affects, of course, the veracity and the image as well as the reach of the program, then of course action has to be taken. So rest assured,
I don't know who is Poe.
Santa Cruz,
Is Poe my child? Are you from my loins, Poe?
And I'll ask my people.
Who is Poe? I know Albedo is my daughter. Who is Poe? Who is Poe? Are you from my loins? Yo, this is a Slimy hater here. I'm Slimy, guys. Hi. In case you guys didn't know, I am Slimy. Welcome to the Slimy Show. Right, that's the name of it, the Slimy Show. Broadcast on the Workers' Right platform. Like and subscribe. Share if you like what is happening here. If you think that what you're hearing from my mouth should be spread to your friends like a virus, I don't know who you are, Poe. WDMC, what does that mean? Is Poe my daughter? What is my daughter's name? Are you the smart one or the stupid one? This is my life. Alright, welcome to the Slimy Show, ladies and gentlemen. So what we have here on my screen is a disgusting excuse for a journalistic. I used to think this was a journalistic program, but it's not. It's nothing but pure propaganda and bullshit that comes out of this show. And someone has to start calling it out. Miss Munzami, you called my name this morning. Why? Stop calling up my name in your mouth. You already gave me this stupid Slimy name, which I actually like.
Need to clean up the
I love that name, Slimy.
Transformation chat. Slimy is bringing down your chat with his nasty, derogatory cursing. That's why a lot of people are sharing your chat because of Slimy and his nastiness. And if you want to gain traction, then you'll have to do something about it. Look, people on this chat complaining about it too. Sometimes when I come on here on any night, I just block the chat and listen to you. I am not sharing it. I don't want people to see that kind of nastiness, Lennox. You need to do something about slimy on your corridor transformation program. Thanks.
And I see people send things, Lennox. I wish I catch him at the gate. So when you get chance, Lennox, you gotta go up on corridor transformation and block slimy. You gotta block slimy. I catch him at the yeah, he raw. Lennox, I see it. The man raw now, the man cussing.
I pay attention to that, but certainly when comments like these reach my attention, certainly, and it affects, of course, the veracity and the image as well.
Listen to this dotish man. Listen to dotish Lennox.
Then, of course, action has to be taken.
Listen to.
Rest assured, Miss Santa Cruz.
Listen to Professor Lennox, Teacher Lennox. For some strange fucking reason, you people in Trinidad and Tobago think this man is a man of intelligence or some kind of you're going to learn something from him. Why do you people call this man teacher? Listen to him talk.
Affects, of course, the veracity and the image,
veracity,
as well as the reach of the program. Then, of course, action.
He always got to make up words and shit.
Miss Santa Cruz, your concern has not fallen on deaf ears, and I will ask my people to do the necessary. But I'll certainly look at it, particularly tonight.
Yeah. And
Block me, you little bitch.
Hey, when you're organized and you see eating slimy, bam, block him one time.
Block me.
Yeah.
You little bitch. This is a pit bull. This is a pit bull, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the pit bull of radio. He is scared to handle oppositional chat. He is scared. The pit bull of Trinidad and Tobago can handle text chat. Wow. Hold on, I'm supposed to do something here. All right, hold on. Let me make this person a moderator on my chat. Hang on. My daughter is in the chat and she's begging to be a moderator. That's okay. And you see, ladies and gentlemen, it is important that you teach your children about politics. Right? So no, I didn't blackmail my children to be in the chat. I didn't tell them if they not in the chat, they wouldn't get their allowance. I'm a good father. I would never do something like that, right? My children are here because they're here to support their father's channel, and they love their father, and they're here to learn about Trinidad and Tobago politics, because guess what? They ain't gonna have nothing to go back to in a few months. If they start bumming up Trinidad and Tobago, what is going to be left for my two daughters? Oh, I'm kind of liking this right here. This is cool. Tell me what you guys think about the sound effects. The only thing is not I know Renison has like a songboard that he has. This is something from the internet. It's kind of pretty cool.
Odd.
On to the next slide, and ladies and gentlemen, I want you guys to be worried about this next one.
Good morning again. I hope you
No, not you. I don't want to hear your
get to
ugly
play
mouth.
this.
I don't want to hear your dotish mouth again. No, my children are here because they want to learn politics, and they're smart and intelligent. They were not bribed or any of that sort. Okay, they're here to support their father and support their country and to learn about politics and to learn what is going on because they're so intelligent. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want you guys to pay attention to this.
Bring all the pit bull in here. This morning, they really bring all the pit bull in here. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. You understand the truth and nothing else but the truth. That's what this program is all about. And who can't deal with that can log out and go somewhere else and listen to something else. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. So, Andy, what we're saying is, what really going on with Penny, boy? The little bit of brains that someone tells she have, or the little common sense she tells she have, Trinidad and Tobago. This woman running up she whole self like if she's the prime minister of this country, boy. You running up to one point play pushy. That what going on with this woman, and she playing pushy right now. To play she going and talking this and making peace and this and that. Miss Lady, go back to your last boss man and ask him from scratch where they had went Venezuela several times for to go and sign up about what, and did not tell the country anything about what they was doing. Easy the sanction in this country. You hear? The stinking dead piping sprang in Hano Vision.
I'm glad she know that Venezuela is sanctioning Trinidad and Tobago. I'm glad she know that. So Trinidad and Tobago is about to feel a little piece, a little sting of what Venezuela has been getting from the United States for the past 10 years. I'm glad she admit that. But listen to this.
Dirty dead PNM government was doing that.
Listen to this.
You hear? And as we say, what in the dark will come to light. So thank God the right thinking citizens get rid of them on the 28th of April. So that people can really see the light and see the kind of nastiness and corruption the PNM was doing in this country. You understand? The truth must come to light. Them is the one who went across there. Don't ask the Stuart Young. You remember them doing here a big favor to hiding away his stepdaughter right now. And he needs to answer in Parliament. I want somebody in the present administration to ask the question, where is your stepdaughter? She was involved in a lot of drugs and wrongdoing. Why does she don't answer the question of why he don't answer the question of where she is today? She's supposed to be facing the full brunt of the law and maybe more too. You understand what we're saying, Trinidad and Tobago? Penny, you need to kind of mind your business and try and figure out what kind of agenda it is. You're not the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago. Stop going and make bad for people in this country. You hear what we're saying? Because people getting the story twisted. They're saying that is this present government, this present Prime Minister is the one who this and that and the other. People, all you have brains and all you have use it. When people was in Venezuela dancing the Congo line and paying every month US money, let them answer for what they was paying for. You understand what we're saying? Now that the woman come and put a stop to whatever was going on, everybody having a problem. All you stop play foolish, you know. All you know the right thing.
This is the shit. This is the shit. This is what the UNC considers intelligence on their side. This is a loudspoken influencer on the UNC side, and this is the nonsense. This is the drivel. This is the cow manure, the gobar that these people like to spread on social media. Why was Keith Rowley and Stuart Young making those trips back and forth to Venezuela for all these years, for all these times, spending all this money? Why? Because they were negotiating a deal with Venezuela, because they couldn't get the terms right, because of the United States. Because the United States doesn't want Venezuela to profit and benefit from its own oil. And somehow, Keith Rowley and Stuart Young convinced the government of Venezuela to somehow go along with some fucking deal that benefits the government of Venezuela and Trinidad and Tobago. That is why they were going back and forth to Trinidad and Venezuela. You fucking moron! It gets me sick every time these people call in, talking this nonsense, trying to defame the name of Keith Rowley and Stuart Young, when they were doing nothing but working for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. All of this work that was done over the past 10 years is destroyed in 6 months because of your party, you fucking moron! And you're calling on I wouldn't even call it a radio station. You're calling on this program like you're a figure of authority, like you're somehow intelligent, like you sound smart. And look at the shit that you're talking.
And if it wasn't for she, We don't know
You
what's
make
going
me
in this
so
place.
embarrassed to
You
be
know
a
what we saying?
Trini.
So long story short, all they locked on and listening and try and pick sense out of nonsense. Penny, stay in your lane, mind your business with your bad spirit self, together with your rest of duncy-headed colleagues and them. All they know all they're doing, you know, because the people on the
Shut
ground
the
see your lives
fuck
is
up,
risk, you know.
Albedo.
You understand what we're saying? The people life at risk when all they do all the rubbish, Penny. You understand?
You hear
You're
that?
not the prime minister, mind your business. And that's what we say.
Did she just threaten the life of an opposition member? Listen to that again. Did this woman just threaten the life of Penny Beckles? This is the nonsense that comes across the airwave of Trinidad and Tobago.
Mind your business. And that's what we're saying. You hear? We is one people, one nation, one love. Unity will always be the code, Andy. Locked on and listen. You understand? You're not the prime minister. Mind your business. And that's what we're saying. You hear? We is one people, one nation.
What did she just fucking say?
Penny,
Hold
stay
on.
in your lane. Mind your business with your bad spirit self. Together with your rest of duncy-headed colleagues and them. All they know all they're doing, you know. Because the people on the ground see your lives is risk, you know. You understand what we're saying? The people life at risk when all they do all the rubbish. Know all they're doing, you know. Because the people on the ground see your lives is risk, you know. You understand what we're saying? The people life at risk when all they do all the rubbish, Penny.
What is she saying?
Know all they're doing, you know. Because the people on the ground see your lives is risk, you know. You understand what we're saying? The people life at risk when all they do all the rubbish, Penny. You understand? You're not the prime minister. Mind your business. And that's what we're saying. You hear? We is one people, one nation, one love. Unity will always be the code, Andy. Locked on and listen. And it's that.
The number to call in live is 347-791-3311. If you have the balls to challenge Slimy, this is your invitation. And once again, this is a political chat. There will be no censoring of speech in my chat, ever. If you cannot defeat me with your words, then I am not worthy to be on this platform before you. When you're dealing with politics, when you consider yourself a political figure, a political entity, when you block someone, you silence the voice of a citizen. It's not just some random, well, some of you are actually bots, I ain't gonna lie. And that's another question. Where are all these bots? And who is paying for all these bots that the UNC have in all these chats? That's another question we leave for another day. Right? Free speech forever on the workers' rights platform. No one is blocked in here. You challenge me with your words and your intellect. If you think I'm dirtish, if you think I'm stupid, if you think what I'm saying is wrong, call in. If you got the balls. But you don't. Because you know I'm right. Hold on a second. Hold on. I have a call. How do you answer this? Hold on. I got a call. My computer is glitching up all of a sudden. Hello and welcome to the Slimy Show. Hello, welcome to the Slimy Show. Caller, I can hear you. The world can hear you. Speak your mind or go away.
Yo, send me money.
Who is this? Who is this caller?
I am Paul.
And what do you want money for?
Yo,
Huh?
yo is glitching real bad right now.
I can't hear you.
Yo is glitching real bad.
What is glitching?
Sorry.
Go away. Ladies and gentlemen, in Venezuela, we have protests against the Prime Minister, Kamla Persad Bissessar. Can you believe that? Can you believe this? In Venezuela, you have more freedom of speech, you have more freedom of movement than you do in Trinidad. All right. First of all, let's get, now that we have like some consistent viewers, let's start the stream over with our daily prayer. Let's listen to this. Bow our heads for a moment in silence.
Reminder of the imperial arrogance that has long treated Caribbean lives as expendable in the name of security. Let us be clear, this is not protection, this is recolonization. Trinidad and Tobago's alignment with US military objectives marks a catastrophic betrayal of the Caribbean consensus that our region must remain a zone of peace. In a single stroke, our leadership has reversed decades of struggle towards regional autonomy, from the Federation dream to the founding principles of CARICOM. By inviting a foreign documented history of anti-Black, xenophobic, and extractive aggression into our waters. This government has traded the dignity of the people for the optics of proximity to empire. We must name it for what it is: the sale of sovereignty dressed as diplomacy. What we are witnessing, the invasion of our Caribbean waters, the killing of 32 men on alleged drug boats without due process or evidence, is not justice. It is murder. It is imperial violence dressed up once again in the rhetoric dog whistle of security and war on drugs. Again, let us be clear, this is not about drugs. It is about natural resources. It is about oil. It is about power. The United States, abetted by local collaborators, has long used narratives to justify control over territories rich in natural resources and geostrategic access. Our region has been a pawn in their empire building for centuries. With the apparent complicity now of our own leadership, the cycle continues. To our goodly Prime Minister, I say this: allegiance to empire is not leadership, it is capitulation. It is the mimicry of colonial power masquerading as progress, even as it alienates us from our Caribbean brothers and sisters who continue to insist on peace, independence, and regional self-determination. I write not as a partisan. I have long unsubscribed from our party-led politics, nor do I subscribe to the bankrupt capitalist system that sustains them. I write as a Caribbean socialist, aligned with the unrealized visions of those who imagined freer, fairer, more humane futures for our people. From Claudia Jones to Una Marsan to CLR James to Morris Bishop to Audre Lorde to Sylvia Winter, may they all walk in power. Their work reminds us that another world was always possible, even when empire insisted otherwise. What we face now is a moral and ideological crisis, not just of governance, but of imagination. It is time to reclaim both. We must begin to dream again, knowing we do not have all the answers, but still willing to painstakingly envision a brave new hybrid, uncolonized way of being, living and thriving outside of the death-riddled machinery of capitalism and militarism that has never served us. Caribbean sovereignty is not for sale. Caribbean lives are not collateral damage. And peace, true peace, must never be bartered for power. I am taking this public stance for my baby girl so that one day when history measures who stood silent and who spoke, there will be record that I did not sit idly by. However small, inconvenient, maybe terrifying or inconsequential it may seem to some, silence in moments such as these is complicity. So I stand here today for my daughter, for our children, for those not yet born. Let this be on record. I am Abeo Aisha Christabel Jackson, 6th generation American from the lineage of Amphi and Bashana Jackson.
Amen. Amen, sister. Amen. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce you guys to the Workers' Right Platform website. We now have a website. It is live and we have a blog.
Reminder.
So in the chat, you should see a link to the most recent article that it's regarding the protest that's currently happening in Venezuela against your Prime Minister. So once again, big Penny Beckles, congratulations. Let's hope your meeting went successfully and you somehow managed to salvage something from this mess that this current. Well done, Penny. So up next, oh man, I didn't put the video on. Yo, Renison, that the videos you sent me were shit. I can't download those, so I can't actually see what's happening. Yeah, so this is an article on the Workers' Right Platform website. I'm introducing you guys to this website. In the future, this website is going to be a communications platform for all of the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. I'm the programmer of the site. In addition to Renison, we're doing this together as a team. My audio is bad? Alright. The audio is bad? Come on, man. Alright, you know, if it's glitching, it's because my computer is garbage. Yeah, I'm doing 100% CPU processes right here. Look at it. My CPU is at 100%. So let's see if I can close something here. Oh. Hello? Alright, my audio is glitching.
trying to raise your family in a law-abiding manner, 9 o'clock in the morning. Gunman in your home, 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 gunman in your home.
Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, she like that. How you get low, how you get low, and I'm empty clip and I reload. How you get low, how you get low, and I'm empty clip and I reload. Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, she like that.
It's a very, very tragic.
Trying to raise your family in a law-abiding manner, 9 o'clock in the morning. Gunman in your home, 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 gunman in your home.
Master. Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, she like that. How you get low, how you get low, and I'm not empty the clip and I reload. How you get low, how you get low, and I'm not empty the clip and I reload. Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, she like that.
Okay, I'm back. How's the audio? How's the audio, everyone? How's the audio? My computer was running at 100% CPU, so I had to like close some windows. I had too many windows open. So how is the audio coming out right now? So next story for the day that we're gonna report on is what I'm gonna call, and this is only the Slimy Show, the Guyana false flag attack. So over on Sunday, what happened is someone that they are alleging is a Spanish migrant came and planted a bomb at a gas station in Guyana, and now you have all of the people in Guyana an incest against the migrants. Take a look at this. Does this person look Espanol or does he look like CIA? Right thinking Trinis. The number to call in is 347-791-3311. The caller that just called in, please call again. I'm still testing out my audio video function. So it actually came through my phone, but it didn't come through on the WhatsApp on the desktop, which is weird. So caller, please try to call in again, if you can. So ladies and gentlemen, this right here on your screen is the suspect in the Guyanese bombing. Does he look Espanol or does he look CIA? The number to call in is 347-791-3311. I would love to hear your thoughts, Trinidad and Tobago. So this is the guy. He actually walked up to the gas station attendant and tries to put the bomb into the garbage can right next to the gas pump. Actually, oh, here we go. All right, we have a caller.
What happened?
Caller, welcome to the frickin' Slimy Show. Why are you calling me now?
Because I want you to send us money.
Caller, thank you for calling the Slimy Show. Thank you for your thoughts. Thank you for viewing. Goodbye. You piece of shit, Jade. Don't do that again. Alright, so what we have here is this is the person, this is the bomber. He's going at the gas station and he's trying to place the bomb next to the pump. And we have the gas station attendant telling the guy that he can't put his garbage into the can, that he should go somewhere else. So what this lady... Hello, welcome to the Slimy Show.
Yo, send me money right now. Allowance plus $15. I was on your show and I was commenting.
Caller, what do you have to tell me concerning the video that I'm playing on the freaking screen?
Bro, I'm doing something, so I can't really pay attention to all of that right now. But
so how about you get off my phone?
No, I'm not gonna get off your phone, not until you give me what I want. Thank you.
This is a live news broadcast and you're interrupting me.
Yeah, okay, then give me what I want.
Okay, no, goodbye.
Bye.
Don't call back.
I will if you don't tell me what I
No,
want.
don't call back. This is a live news
I
broadcast.
will if you don't tell me what I want. I will tell that.
So if you guys heard that, that means the audio is actually working on the screen. The audio that was an audio test. It works fine. Thank you very much. So back to the video. So now the guy goes and he puts the bomb in another garbage can. Look like. Whoa.
Be naive and not believe that
all right.
intention might be to create fun.
That's all I want. I don't want to play the shit this guy is gonna say next, because he's gonna just talk a lot of nonsense about the immigrants. I mean, should give them ID or whatever. But let's play this back again. So the guy goes to the gas station, and actually I'm actually thinking, because you know gas pumps actually have built-in fire mechanisms in them. So even if the explosion had went off at this point, this lady would have died definitely. But you know what? I can't overthink this. Either way, there would have been deaths involved. So whatever. Let's just watch the video. So you see what he did, right? So apparently this spot over here in the white is like I think it's like LPG containers. So he went and he placed his explosive next to the LPG container. And then this lady came with her daughter and her car, and she parked her car in front of that, and then the explosion went off. Watch this. So he plants the bomb, walks away. So now this lady comes, the bomb is actually in the back over here. And this lady comes and she parks her car. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to take a look at this picture on the screen. This is the suspect in the terrorist attack on Guyana. And I'm going to pull up a picture of the person they arrested next. And I want you to tell me, are these the same people? And what is going on here? Oh, this is WhatsApp desktop, that's why. So on the screen right now, you have the suspect in the bombing, in the terrorist attack in Guyana. How does this look to you guys? Does this look right? Does this look right, ladies and gentlemen? Is this Venezuela? Or is this CIA? The number to call in is 347-791-3311. What are your thoughts regarding this whole situation, regarding this person that they caught in Venezuela? Do you think they have the right guy? Do they have the right guy, ladies and gentlemen? Or are we seeing the government of Guyana foment fear against the Republic of Venezuela?
It's a very, very tragic situation. Meeting the mother.
So this here is APNU member Dr. Terrence Campbell and Ronald Daniels, who spoke earlier with the family of the 6-year-old that died. These are members of parliament in Guyana.
And siblings of the deceased. This has come after a week of tragedies at Breed and Hope and so on. This was just a family going for a Sunday afternoon meal and not expecting the outcome that they experienced yesterday. Today we have seen that the police have issued images of a suspected terrorist, and it leaves us troubled regardless of whether that individual was involved or not. But one must think about how do we, even as we extend a humanitarian hand, we understand the crisis that's in Venezuela. But at this moment where there are geopolitical implications, American military involvement in neighboring Trinidad and threats.
Oh wait, did I screw that up?
Both Guyana and Trinidad.
So you were looking at me instead of looking at the video. Hold on, let me start over.
Left. I'm certain that today we have seen that the police have it's a very, very tragic situation. Meeting the mother and siblings of the deceased. This has come after a week of tragedies at Breed and Hope and so on. This was just a family going for a Sunday afternoon meal and not expecting the outcome that they experienced yesterday. Today we have seen that the police have issued images of a suspected terrorist, and it leaves us troubled regardless of whether that individual was involved or not. But one must think about how do we, even as we extend a humanitarian hand, we understand the crisis that's in Venezuela. But at this moment where there are geopolitical implications, American military involvement in neighboring Trinidad and threats against both Guyana and Trinidad, one is left. I'm certain that the level of screening that we ought to have of these Venezuelan migrants is less than desired. And this is coming after explosions at GPL substation and the Rheinfeld police station. And it seems as though we are in a reactive mode and a proactive mode. I believe that.
So they had multiple attacks in Guyana.
If
this is not the
screening
first.
was done and documentation was done. We're not here to promote xenophobia, but we are here to also, we must be balanced against protecting our local citizens. And so if the two previous bombings have done nothing to push the government towards screening of all migrants in this country, I think this incident, this tragic loss, today we're dealing with a family that is suffering, a mother that's in pain, a brother that's in pain, sisters are in pain, grandmothers in pain. And it is sad that the loss of this life might be the trigger for us to screen properly, but it is our hope that the government springs into action and addresses the situation. On behalf of the APNU parliamentary team and the APNU at large, we want to extend our condolences to this family that is suffering terribly here today. I'll now pass you to Attorney Ronald Daniels, who had even closer contact with the family than I have had. Ronald.
Can you just turn this on here? Thank you.
Good morning, guys. So, even as I speak to you, my heart is really heavy. Words cannot express my personal anguish at this most unfortunate incident and this tragic loss. So I could only imagine what the mother is going through, what the sisters are going through, what the young brother and the rest of the community here is going through. I personally normally use that gas station here. And these are folks who are just innocently going out for their usual Sunday afternoon retreat, only to have the misfortune of this experience. And when you get an opportunity to talk to the mother and the siblings, and they narrate for you how graphic this incident was and the extent of the damage, not only to the young girl who is now deceased, but to the other persons, it is going to affect you emotionally and otherwise. We are in a state where there is widespread insecurity in our country. In terms of the Venezuelan population, as Mr. Campbell has indicated, we have no difficulties extending that humanitarian accommodation, but proper documenting has to be done. We have to regularize that immigration situation, especially from a national security perspective. And one of the things I might to observe as well, we have that quite unfortunate situation where virtually every day you're seeing in the newspapers, you're seeing on social media, some young child is missing. And we haven't gotten any concerted response from the government to that situation. We hope that this situation here, which is potentially equally grave or perhaps even graver, does not go without a concrete response, does not go without a comprehensive plan to remedy this.
We have not seen a lot come out of the investigations from the two prior explosions. Do you think, what
So there were prior explosions in Guyana.
The type of investigation that should be done to ensure that one, the suspect and whoever is maybe collaborating with are caught.
Sorry. Good. So the thing is, we're reminded that the government has CCTV facilities all across this country, especially in the city. And we have been reliably informed that those cameras have facial recognition capacity. The legality of that is a totally different story. So if the government is serious about arresting these situations, they do have the facilities to do so. And we hope that this incident, especially an incident of this magnitude, which is certainly going to leave a lot of people uncomfortable. I personally am uncomfortable. I hope that this does not suffer the fate of those other incidents. So the government has an opportunity to really demonstrate whether it is serious about securing first and foremost the Guyanese citizens who they have a fundamental responsibility to.
And so there's a call for like a more complete database of migrants. Is that what your call is?
Absolutely, absolutely. And any migrant, again, we're not promoting xenophobia, but we have to protect our citizens. So I think that, in the United States now, you're required to walk with your ID, or, if you're stopped, you have to produce an ID. And with the again, going back to the geopolitical situation that's taking place here and in
Fear-mongering the
neighboring
migrants.
Trinidad and the threats against both countries, I think that those migrants who are here ought to be documented and asked. It is not a difficult ask that as they traverse the roads and they engage with the public, that they carry their ID.
You've spoken to the family here this morning. What are their immediate needs? Is anything like counseling and so raised with you?
No, they're still in a absolute state of shock and trauma right now. The call more is for justice. Justice that, they live in Guyana and they can't enjoy a Sunday afternoon meal easily now. A daughter is lost and, at the moment seemingly lost at the hands of a terrorist, seemingly. And that is not something that we are accustomed to in Guyana at all. And it's really a breakdown in security. And so I don't want to make this political, but the government has a lot of work to do to correct the situation as it is right now.
Wow. So that's what's happening in Guyana. And I want to pull this up for you again. So this is the suspect. And this is the person they arrested. How are you feeling about that? Let's see if I can do this. Look at the color of his pants. Look at what he's wearing on his feet. So he's wearing... So in this video he's wearing a blue shirt, black pants. The suspect they caught is this guy. What's going on here? So you see that, right? He's wearing a blue shirt, black pants, like black like sweats almost. So ladies and gentlemen, Kamala Prasad Besessa has her justification now to have the United States land troops in Trinidad. Right? So they have their Venezuelan, they have their person, right? I don't know, maybe I know I'm not a detective. I know I didn't go to school for this. I know I didn't What you guys think? Does this look like Pablo? Did they get the right guy? Huh? This guy here, he looks kind of CIA-ish, don't you guys think? So, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations. You have your war. You have your war, Trinidad and Tobago. You have your war. You have made it on the international stage. Congratulations. So now, the U.S. can place troops. They have their justification. So, it said that they had multiple attacks at gas stations in Guyana. But this is the first time they're like nabbing like a so-called migrant and putting it and actually pinning the blame on him. I actually expected to see this in Trinidad because something has to be done in Trinidad to inflame the population against the migrants. And so I want you guys to keep your eyes on alert. Don't fall asleep on this. You're now on the CIA grand stage. So you people are in Trinidad and Tobago are now at risk for all these kind of games to be played in your country. Congratulations. I want to hear your thoughts. This is like depressing because every day is it's something new, and nothing is being done to try to even slow this train that's rolling. Penny was like a good effort, but it's still not enough because she's not in charge. Well done, Penny. But anyway, that's all pretty much all I have to report. I said what I had to say. I got what I had to get off my chest. So my messages to you Trinis. Keep your eyes open. Stock up on food. Look out for your fellow man. Look out for your brother. I'm really scared for you guys. You know, we in very dangerous times right now. So if you guys have nothing to say, I'm just gonna like end the stream because this is tiring. This is draining. Like actually reporting this kind of news to you on a daily basis is very draining. You know, because it may seem like I'm cheering on the destruction of Trinidad, but that's not what I'm doing. I'm trying to wake you people up to what's happening, because what you currently have as media personalities, it's horrible. And maybe that's why you guys are so stupid. Maybe that's why you guys are so uninformed. And you know what? Frick it. You know what? Let's push on a little bit. Let's not end the stream just yet. All right, let's teach you guys something today. I wanted to actually teach you guys about the Cuban Revolution, or should I do the Venezuelan Revolution? I also wanted to teach you about Haiti. Oh, let's do Haiti today. Yeah, I'm about ready to get off. Ooh, I also want to talk about digital ID. Oh, do you guys know that your current government, with everything else aside, with everything else, let's say Trinidad makes it to January 2026. You know what the government has planned for you? Digital IDs and all your tail. The mark of the beast. But now is not the time to actually talk about that. I'll do a separate presentation on that. I'm in the mood to talk about Haiti. Let's whip up these slides. I did a slide presentation for Haiti for you guys like about 2 months ago. Because if you may remember, goodbye, Poe. So if you may remember, Kamala went to the United Nations at the presentation and she made this grand stance that she's going to send troops, Trinidadian troops, over to Haiti. You know what? It's not really not that. You know what? The troops in Trinidad are too busy right now to go over to Haiti, right? Where is it? Hang on. Ooh, Gary Griffith. What the fuck is going on with Gary Griffith? Is Gary losing his mind, ladies and gentlemen? Did you hear the interview this madman did yesterday on the Tobago News Show? Let's pull that up. I can't find my slides on Haiti. There's this documentary, this show Redacted did on Haiti that you guys really need to see. If I can't find my slides for Haiti, I'ma just go back into something about Venezuela. No, I can't find it. Let me actually show you guys what I'm looking at, so you can see how much freaking work I put into this. Like, all of these are my slides. So right now I have 312 slides, and all of, oh, what's this? This might be it.
Welcome to a special report from Redacted News. On this
All right, so a little off topic with what's happening in Trinidad globally. I'm a little tired of talking about that. So let's do educational presentation on Haiti. And this so-called criminal that they call Barbecue, I want you guys to learn a little bit about him. Barbecue should be considered as the Ibrahim Traoré of Burkina Faso. Barbecue should be considered that guy of his country. So pay attention to this documentary. It's really good, and it's very important that you guys know this stuff.
We're looking at Haiti and the violence that's been unfolding on that island, the U.S. invasion of that island, the fuel blockade, and why the United States government wants to continue to keep this government in absolute poverty to exploit its resources. We sent investigative journalist Dan Cohen to the island to study what is exactly happening and speak to the people of Haiti, specifically the opposition leader Jimmy Cherizier. Please enjoy this special report from Redacted News.
Jimmy Cherizier is the leader and spokesperson of Haiti's Revolutionary Forces of the G9 Family and Allies, or FRG9. For 6.5 weeks, he and his men blockaded Port-au-Prince's Vareux fuel terminal, facing off against Haitian National Police forces. Cherizier, known by his nickname Barbecue, is the #1 target of the United States and Haitian elite. Today, November 6th, he's going to hold a press conference on recent events. He enters the neighborhood of La Saline, where the U.S. framed him for a massacre that never happened. With no bodyguards, he greets people along the way.
Juste ça c'est confortable parce que pas grand monde qui te massacrer un peuple et puis je dis à bout à l'aise comme ça pour marcher.
On September 11th, 2022.
All right, so this channel is Redacted. They are, I would say, if you're into conspiracy theories and hearing off the wall news, stuff that the government does not report, Redacted is the channel to go. These guys like report on some wild shit. Like if you like into conspiracy theories and stuff that the U.S. government is lying and hiding from the people, Redacted is the channel to subscribe to. Some of the topics on that they discussed on Redacted was manipulation of hurricanes, generation of earthquakes, HARP, conspiracy theory. You know, it's a really good channel, and I recommend you guys actually subscribe to it. So I'm giving them their plug since I'm using their content.
Haitian de facto Prime Minister Ariel Henry announced cuts to fuel subsidies.
Nou pral gen pou nou ajuste prix gaz la.
A move advised by the International Monetary Fund as part of the World Economic Forum's Great Reset and pushed by the United States government.
Those are actions that we've wanted to see in Haiti for quite some time.
Overnight, the gas price shot up 128%, putting basic necessities out of reach for all but a tiny minority of Haitians. Protests that had begun in August against spiraling inflation and chronic insecurity exploded. The masses took to the streets and on September 14th erected blockades. Days later, on September 19th, as the Henry regime remained obstinate, Cherizier and the FRG9 joined the nationwide mobilization, blockading the Vareux fuel terminal, one of 3 ports in the capital city that receives energy shipments. Their demand was that of the masses, that Henry roll back the hikes or resign. Still, Henry kept the price hikes in place and appealed for foreign intervention.
Comportement irresponsable et criminel moun sa yo créer une crise humanitaire. Nous pas jamais nous pas jamais vivre sous la terre d'Haïti et qui menace encore souveraineté pays Papa Dessalines là. M'a demandé toute communauté internationale là, tout pays amis Haïti yo pour porter coller avec nous et aider nous combattre crise humanité ça.
For 45 days, Cherizier and the FRG-9 battled the Haitian National Police, maintaining the blockade on the terminal.
Force révolutionnaire, j'ai des familles alliées. Et nous mouvement, Ariel nous nan moun nous-mêmes. Et puis papa, il s'est campé des barricades nous.
Meanwhile, Washington sought to build international support at the United Nations for a military invasion to dislodge the FRG-9. On October 21st, the UN Security Council enacted sanctions against Cherizier.
The draft resolution specifically lists Jimmy Cherizier, also known as Barbecue, as the subject of such sanctions. He is directly responsible for the devastating fuel shortage that is crippling the country.
Haiti Liberté journalist Kim Ives and I arrived in Port-au-Prince on November 2nd to document the battle for the Varroa fuel terminal and get Cherizier's side of the story, what the mainstream leaves out.
Hold up. You see that evil woman that just was talking about Cherizier, who went before the UN, and I want you guys to listen to this. This is my video collection. Let's and I pulled this up before. So Trinidad has been messing on the global stage for quite some time now, but under the previous government we didn't see anything happen. But now we are. Take a listen to this. This was recorded. I think I did this about a year in 2023. Take a look at this. Take a listen to this. Let me know if you guys hear this properly.
We are saying that after years of Haiti's suffering, that we as a member of an international organization, we as CARICOM
listen
members,
to this fucking puppet.
CARICOM, we in Trinidad and Tobago,
listen to this
bring
puppet.
to life our economic sanctions order against, at this point, one individual. And Madam Speaker, the individual named at the resolution.
Listen to this puppet.
Purpose, the Security Council's resolution, is in fact one person. And what will follow here, Madam Speaker, is we will actually be targeting a gentleman, a man by the name of Jimmy Cherizier, also known as Barbecue. And according to the description in the annex to Resolution 2653, Cherizier has engaged in acts that threaten peace, security, stability of Haiti, planned, directed, or committed acts that constitute serious human rights abuses, have acted
Listen to this puppet.
in gang operations directly against Haiti, has caused economic paralysis and humanitarian crisis. And Cherizier, that one individual at this point, that one person, the subject of the annex that we're treating with today, in Her Excellency's statement, is to be targeted by every financial institution in the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, is to be known by our financial intelligence unit, is to be known by the banking sector. All assets, all monies, all transshipments, all matters to the benefit and aid of this named individual are to be treated with seriously by the people of Trinidad and Tobago, with freezing orders, with property freezing, with money freezing, with in-transit travel ban issues going on as well, Madam Speaker, because unless we do our part in the CARICOM matrix to protect Haiti and the people of Haiti, Madam Speaker, then we are just simply failing in our obligations. It is not good enough to rely upon the bard's words, Haiti, I'm sorry. It is not good enough to celebrate Toussaint de l'Ouverture and the freedom that Haiti brought at the time that happened when we looked at what the first successful revolution looked like, and centuries later to reflect upon decay and catastrophe in a CARICOM member, Madam Speaker. Dare I say, this sort of targeted action in the CARICOM is unprecedented, Madam Speaker. Trinidad and Tobago is very pleased to start the process under the Economic Sanctions Act, beginning with inviting the Cabinet, inviting Her Excellency the President to trigger the process by producing a statement, by publishing an order which has due process and provisions of the type that we're well aware of, description of activities to be taken, financial institutions to be notified, freezing assets, third-party rights to be protected in the order. But this process of debating the statement of Her Excellency the President within 1 month from the point of commencement, that is when it is published, is a critical first step. It will last for 3 months. After the 3 months, there will be further steps for us to take, Madam Speaker. Legislatively, we'll have to come back to this Parliament and move a motion for the continuation of the effect of the order. Initially, the United Nations Security Council resolution is that we should start with 1 year, but perhaps it is we may very well move that the prohibitions contained in the order continue in effect until revoked, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we in the government, we on behalf of the people of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, we following the lead of our Prime Minister, Dr. Keith Rowley,
Fuck you, Keith Rowley, for doing this.
Support our brothers and sisters in the Republic of Haiti, and it gives me great pleasure in those circumstances to move this motion to adopt
You black man.
the statement and debate the statement of Her Excellency the President to trigger the full process of applying the Economic Sanctions Act in its measure, and I beg to move.
In Haiti to begin reporting for Redacted. One of the first, most obvious things you see is a total lack of traffic. Usually this is bumper to bumper, but right now there are very few cars because fuel's about $30 a gallon.
$30 a gallon.
The realm of possibility for most people. Since our last trips to Port-au-Prince in July and August 2021, the situation has considerably deteriorated. Piles of garbage that once lined city streets have now taken them over, blocking entire lanes of thoroughfares. In some neighborhoods, residents carve pathways out of garbage for motorcycles to pass. Neighborhoods like La Saline are constantly flooded with a toxic combination of plastic waste, sewage, and rainwater. However, Cherizier's Lower Delma neighborhood, as always, is well kept, almost spotless.
Yeah, that's...
Police attacks have prompted residents to place barriers at the entrance to the neighborhood. Here, they have dug a trench and placed sandbags, prepared for an attack at any time. We traveled to Cherizier by motorcycle, through neighborhoods, alleyways, and barricade after barricade after barricade. We asked him why the FRG-9 blockaded the fuel terminal.
Au gouvernement criminel, Ariel Henry, pas prendre aucune mesure pour les soulager les familles, surtout les gens qui sont mal, qui sont dans le quartier populaire, dans la section communale. Le peuple a été en mouvement, l'Ariel Henry monté gazan, nous-mêmes, nous avons trouvé que c'est bon moment.
If this man could have spoken English, he would have been the most powerful force in the Caribbean right now. Jimmy Cherizier, Mr. Barbecue. And you will listen to the stories that they will give you in the mainstream media. They will say Barbecue got that name because he was actually barbecuing his victims and eating them. That is bullshit. Barbecue got his name because Barbecue Jimmy Cherizier was a policeman in Haiti before everything, and he got that name because his mother used to sell barbecued delicacies or as a street vendor. So that is where he got his name, being her son.
Pendant peuple ça réussi prend conscience. Nous-mêmes comme moun qui proche peuple là, nous-mêmes comme moun qui vivent dans le quartier populaire. Pour ça, nous t'ai choisi camper dans un mouvement bon côté peuple là. Nous dit nous-mêmes comme force, nous dit bon, c'est la meilleure façon pour nous entrer dans la bataille.
We also asked him why he thinks the UN sanctioned him.
Oh wait, hold on. I'm just seeing that you guys are not seeing the closed captioning on the bottom. So when he gives his answers, I'm gonna just read in English what he's saying. So let's go back a little bit. Let's go back to here. This was pretty interesting to see like what Haiti is going through. And pay attention, you people, Trinidad and Tobago. This is what's going to happen to you when trash collection stops. All right, so in preparation of you losing like services like garbage collection and garbage removal, on the Workers' Right 868 website, we're going to set up like we're going to do like what they're doing in Venezuela, where they set up little communities within each district. And what I envision, what me and Renison envision is like we would like every member in every community has something that they could contribute to make their immediate surroundings a better place. So instead of this at your throat attitude, like what you guys in Trinidad have, where you see your fellow UNC, your if you UNC PNM, you see each other as enemies. Instead of that nonsense that you guys are going through, it's time, because you guys are going to start feeling it now. Trust and believe me, you're going to start feeling it. You know, businesses are going to start shutting down. You know, with Nikon shutting down, you have 600 people going home. So you guys are going to need community more than ever. So what we envision planning on the website, me and Renison, is we're going to divide up a section in the website into 42 communities, one for each political district, and everyone go onto the website and list what borough or district or whatever you're from, and just list what services you can provide to help your fellow Trini. I don't care if you're PNM, I don't care if you're UNC. You know, this is something where us as Trinidadians have to start banding together as a family. Oh, now I just got this idea in my head. This song, all of we is one family. You know what? Let me pull that up. So in the meanwhile, finish watching this video. I keep interrupting it. Sorry.
Barriers at the entrance to the neighborhood. Here, they have dug a trench and placed sandbags, prepared for an attack at any time. We traveled to Cherizier by motorcycle, through neighborhoods, alleyways, and barricade after barricade after barricade. We asked him why the FRG-9 blockaded the fuel terminal.
Au gouvernement criminel, Ariel Henry, pas prend aucune mesure pour les soulager les familles, surtout les gens qui sont mal, qui sont dans le quartier populaire, dans la section communale. Le peuple a été démarré en mouvement, Ariel Henry monté gazan. Nous-mêmes, nous avons trouvé que c'est bon moment.
I'm doing the same stupid crap again. All right, start over.
Peuple a été démarré. Au gouvernement criminel, Ariel Henry, pas prend aucune mesure.
And place sandbags, prepared for an attack at any time. We traveled to Cherizier by motorcycle, through neighborhoods, alleyways, and barricade after barricade after barricade. We asked him why the FRG-9 blockaded the fuel terminal.
Au gouvernement criminel, Ariel Henry,
Ariel Henry's criminal government didn't take any measures to alleviate families, especially the poorest ones in the neighborhoods and in the countryside. The people launched a movement. When Ariel Henry raised the gas, we thought it was a good movement where the people were becoming conscious. We being close to the people and living in the popular neighborhoods. For that reason, we chose to stand in the movement alongside the people. We said, we as a force, as an armed group, is the best way to join the battle.
We also asked him why he thinks the UN sanctioned him.
I swear on my honor that I never kidnapped anybody once in my life. I've never participated in a kidnapping. I have never once pulled out a gun to take somebody's bag. I've never stolen in my life. I've never taken what is in mine. How is it today that I'm the biggest gangster in the country? If founding father Jean-Jacques Dessalines was here today, they would call him a thug, which is true. Once you revolt against the system, once you denounce the system, you have to be branded a bandit or a
The
gangster.
US and Mexico also co-authored a draft resolution seeking to deputize a UN member state to carry out a military intervention in Haiti.
This resolution will propose a limited, carefully scoped, non-UN mission led by a partner country with the deep, necessary experience required for such an effort.
The partner country back then was supposed to be Trinidad and Tobago. That video that I showed you with Al-Rawi, right after that, Trinidad and Tobago was supposed to send troops over to Haiti. Because following all of this, Kamala Harris came down to the Caribbean, and they had a meeting in Jamaica where they founded this gun control task force, and the Trinidad government was given $900 million to form this task force, and in that task force they were supposed to be going to combat guns in Haiti, but for some reason it never happened. For that, I thank you, Kid Rowley. But for all that shit you had for Faris O'Reilly do, you as a black man speaking out against another black man, you lose points with me for that.
To be effective.
Cherizier had little to say in response.
All right, hold on. Let me. This closed captioning is actually messing me up, so let's take it off.
Response.
We understand that we understand what can happen to us in the battle. That doesn't make us hot or cold.
Since the July 2021 assassination of Haitian President Jovenel Moïse, the Pentagon has planned for this scenario. In fact, it was not the first time the FRG-9 blockaded the fuel terminal. In October 2021, the group blocked Vareux for 5 weeks, eventually lifting it for what Cherizier called a period of reflection. Meanwhile, the US remained firm in its backing of Ariel Henry, despite evidence implicating him in the assassination of Moïse. At the same time, the US and UN groomed the political opposition to Henry, known as the Montana Accord, whose leader, Magali Como Denis, like Henry, was a ringleader in the 2004 US-orchestrated coup d'etat against President Jean-Bertrand Aristide. As it sought to rally international support for an invasion of Haiti, the United States and Canada, on October 15th, delivered new armored vehicles to the Haitian National Police. The US and UN cited as pretext for their military intervention a cholera outbreak in the slum of Cité du Soleil that it blamed on the FRG-9 barricade.
As undocumented cholera cases tear through parts of Port-au-Prince, particularly in Cité Soleil, gangs continue to blockade the Vareux terminal where most of the country's fuel is stored. The consequences for Haiti's basic infrastructure have been severe, disrupting operations at the country's hospitals and water suppliers and impacting cholera response.
The humanitarian and health workers desperately trying to contain a cholera outbreak are counting on us.
We visited Cité du Soleil, the site of the outbreak. Trash and disease-filled water renders the neighborhood of Brooklyn inaccessible by car. We travel by motorcycle. Most residents go by foot. Canals carrying sewage and waste down from the rest of Port-au-Prince are supposed to empty into the bay just beyond Cité du Soleil, but they are clogged with ever-growing mounds of garbage, leaving some 500,000 residents to live in a lake of backed-up sewage. The government no longer dredges the canals. This excavator, delivered by an NGO, sunk in the waste and now sits abandoned. Diseases like cholera, typhoid, malaria, dysentery, and hepatitis are inevitable results of such conditions.
We've been diagnosing cholera since 2014. When the international community says there's a cholera outbreak, I just want to scream, Dan. Just go in the middle of I-45 in Houston and go, it never left. Those children are dying. It never freaking left.
We don waterproof boots, again, a luxury few residents have. It's difficult to tell how deep these murky puddles are.
Definitely splashed on my face.
While the government
pools
abandons
of
them,
shit.
residents of the slums rely on international NGOs. In this former UN military base, Doctors Without Borders treats cholera patients.
Et puis depuis juillet nous là, n'a bail soin avec communauté a. Et puis faut me dire nous arrivé dans mois septembre, nous avons commencé à recevoir de monde avec diarrhée, vomissement. Et puis lorsque MSF lui-même réalisé des examens qui t'ont révélé que c'est choléra, donc nous avons tout vinn font camper sous consultation générale que nous compte faire pour nous prendre soin de monde qui te gen choléra. Faut me dire nous de 1er octobre à aujourd'hui, nous déjà recevoir plus que 2000 monde patients, alors 2000 monde qui viennent avec diarrhée.
Who have come with diarrhea and vomiting.
For these neglected residents, rain is a blessing and a curse. It is their source of drinking water, but it floods their homes and brings disease.
Nous pas qu'à jeune bleu. Bleu avant envahi nous.
Doesn't that sound like Trinidad? Doesn't that sound like Trinidad? Isn't that something you Trinis say? We don't have no water in our pipes yet it raining, flooding down the place. Isn't that something you Trinis say? But look at how they have it in Haiti. And this is all because of a government collapse, and because the people in Haiti at the time didn't start banding together. That is why this community looks like this. And when you look at the community that barbecue, you know what? When you really listen to the story of barbecue, you will see many similarities to what is happening in Trinidad. Like actually at the same time, when they took away these gas subsidies in Haiti and the people started rioting, they did the same shit in Trinidad. Right? And one of your politicians got on the air and say, oh, they ain't rioting yet, because he was looking at the shit that was happening in Haiti. And I remember some of you people, you know, and this is what all you Trinis do, you will get on social media and say, let's close down, let's have a national protest, let's have a national strike, let's shut down the highways, let's do this, let's do that. You know how you Trinis like to do it? And one time you did one act of protest where you blocked the highway, and I don't know what happened. I think someone got hurt, and then all of the protests in Trinidad stopped. But in Haiti, they continued with their protests. They had the cojones. They didn't pussy out. They actually went and they shut their country down, like you people in Trinidad had planned to do, that was talking about doing, but just somehow couldn't organize yourselves to do it. Barbecue, Jimmy Cherizier he first started off as a as a policeman, and he organized when he seen the stuff, the bad stuff that was happening in his community. As a policeman, he organized an armed force to patrol his community. So he made, instead of erecting physical gates to make a gated community, he gave his people guns and say, hey, patrol this neighborhood, keep the people within this neighborhood safe. He organized garbage collection, he organized mail delivery, and all of these services for his people that the government was not providing. So on that model is you know, in preparation for the stuff that's going to happen in Trinidad, when you guys are going to lose all of that stuff. If a bomb does drop in Trinidad, the Workers' Right 868 website is going to be organizing a community-based service where stuff like this that's happening in Haiti wouldn't happen in Trinidad. So if you have a dump truck, go onto the website and list your dump truck on the website. If you have a tractor, list your tractor on the website. Say that you're willing to put yourself into service for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. So when the time comes, and you already can see these things happening in Trinidad. The budget of Port of Spain was cut by how much? People, stop freaking messaging me. The budget of Port of Spain is cut by how much? And now you guys are going to see trash in your streets and you're going to just leave it there? Port of Spain is going to turn into a dump because you don't have trash collection services. So are you Trinidad just going to sit by and walk and say, oh, this is nasty? Are you going to do that? Or are you going to organize into communities and little groups like the, and I forgot the name, it's not favelas. What is the fuck? Mr. Rima, if you're listening and you know the word that they call these little pocket communities, call and give it to me. Oh, and next thing, Mr. Rima. Any of you people that know Miss Arima, please tell her to come over here, and she has free reign in this chat. Miss Arima is I even though me and her bump heads sometimes, she's willing to learn. She's an outspoken woman, very intelligent sometimes, and because of her mouth, most of you weak shows would try to silence her. But on the Workers' Right platform, Miss Arima, you have free reign. You can come over here and cuss anybody you want. You can use any language you want. I don't care. Free speech over here on the Workers' Right platform. So let's continue.
They have no choice but to drink water that collects in holes like this.
Notre terre, nous fouillons l'eau, nous consommons et puis parfois nous prenons de l'eau sous l'eau caillou, nous consommons. Mais nous n'avons pas de laboratoire, nous n'avons pas rien qui dit nous de l'eau, nous boire qui de l'eau qui là bon pour nous, s'il pas bon, nous boire, nous obligés boire parce que si nous pas consommer de l'eau, nous allons mourir. Ni pour manger, ni pour boire, c'est nous obligés d'utiliser.
La pluie tombe, nous prenons de l'eau pour nous boire.
When the rain falls, we take water. You only drink rainwater? You don't have any other water source?
No.
Those who do not survive are buried in a makeshift graveyard behind the clinic, only accessible by the shoddy bridge.
Yeah, people buried here. Trees are starting to grow out of them. You see them? These are cholera victims. This guy woke up with diarrhea and then was vomiting. He turned pale when he died. His family had cared for him when he died in their hands. We buried him here at the end of July.
Here, a peristyle or voodoo shrine to those who have died. It is not only cholera victims who are buried here.
Cholera
victims have died, and when the guys up there shoot, people down here are shot and die.
Cité Soleil is contested territory, parts of it controlled by the anti-crime FRG9 Federation and other parts by the GPEP, a loose alliance of criminal armed groups formed in response to the FRG9. GPEP's leader, known as T. Gabriel, is funded by Reginald Boulos, a key supporter of Ariel Henry's regime and ally of the U.S. Embassy. Alongside
yes,
T. Gabriel,
this video is a little old. So we had we have a criminal gang, which goes about doing the kidnapping and murders and all that stuff that is funded by a politician in Haiti. You know, you just seen it right here. He just spoke about it. And then you have another gang, the G9 family, which is a community. Let's not call them a gang. What should we call them? What's another word? I wish I was Lennox in this case, where I could make up like fake words. Like let's call them a group. The G9 family. Yes, that's what it is. It's not a gang. It's a G9 family that protected themselves. So since this is an old video. So a few months ago, I think it was last year, all of the gangs in Haiti are now united to create a better Haiti. This gang right here, that the criminal gang that was paid by the politician, is now over on the side of Barbecue, because Barbecue convinced these guys, hey, this politician is paying you to destroy your country. Look at how we are living. Look at how we are living in shit. Look at how your people are living in shit. So finally, you have all of the gangs in Haiti, now a family, fighting against the elites for a better country. So what is happening in Haiti right now is literally an armed revolution. And when you like, maybe I might do a deeper dive into the history of Haiti, where you have these 5 families that control everything that goes on with Haiti. Do you know Haiti has oil? Let me blow your mind right now. Do you know that Haiti has oil? Do you know that Haiti has more oil than frickin' Venezuela? And they have known this since the 1970s, but nothing has been done to actually build the infrastructure in Haiti. They have known this fact since the 1970s, and you can look it up. It's even on Google. And the way they described Haiti's oil in this scientific document was, Venezuela is a drop in a teaspoon compared to the ocean under Haiti. So maybe now you guys are kind of understanding, if you're smart, if you're right thinking Trini, what is happening in Haiti. Haiti is going through a revolution. And now you have BlackRock in Haiti with drones, with drone technology, sniping off these people. It's pretty depressing. Well, I don't want to talk about it.
Riel is the notorious kidnapper Izo, leader of the 5 Seconds gang, and the 400 Mabuzo, which kidnapped 17 North American missionaries in 2021.
They're all together now.
During our last visit, Cherizier sought to make peace with the criminal armed groups and unite against the oligarchy.
Ce système-là qu'a utilisé yo, m'a parlé des politiciens traditionnels yo, que bourgeois senti bourgeois corrompu yo bay kob, politiciens senti yo kob, politiciens senti corrompu yo ja bourgeois yo, bay monsieur ça yo kob. You
guys are not seeing the translation, so let me. When he talks, I gotta translate for him. The system is using them. I'm talking about the corrupt, stinking traditional politicians, and the corrupt, stinking bourgeoisie gives money, guns, and bullets to fight me. Today, I'm asking these guys to unite with me.
15 months later, he sees it differently.
Our demands today are, I see another Haiti where we can be proud to say that we are Haitians, but with what pride can we denounce Haitians when we steal the capital of people from the class as them, when they kidnap and rape young girls in front of their parents? How could we ally ourselves with people like that? Those who resemble each other assemble together. The minute we would assemble with them, we'd be complicit in all those acts. For those reasons today, we can seek a ceasefire with those guys, so there won't be fighting between gangs, there won't be gangs invading each other's territory. But at the same time, we can't let them into the FRG9.
The wretched conditions of Cité Soleil are of no concern to the United States government, the Ariel Henry regime it backs, the Montana Accord political opposition it grooms, or the human rights groups it funds. The Haitian National Network for the Defense of Human Rights, or RNDDH, funded by CIA cutout the National Endowment for Democracy, wrote a report deeming July 2020 fighting in
Pay attention to that name, the National Endowment for Democracy. And in a future video, and I gotta do research about this, I want you to just go into Google and type in National Endowment for Democracy space Trinidad and Tobago. You know, if there's a right thinking Trini out there, I want you to do that and start doing a search for me and see what you come up with. See who the National Endowment for Democracy was funding this last political round. Tell me what you find.
As an FRG9 massacre, but wrote nothing about the gruesome attacks that Cherizier says precipitated an FRG9 response.
17, 18, 19 avril.
From April 2022.
2022. Si Gabriel nan Cité Soleil.
Si Gabriel from City Soleil entered into Boston.
Passé on vingtaine de moun li
Took more
descend
than
nan
20
Burkina
people
Faso la tuyo couper tête yo boulin.
to Brooklyn,
Ou
decapitated
chambre de
them.
faire rapport sur ça?
Did you ever hear a
Mais
report on
attendez yo
that?
dou.
But instead they tell you that on July 7 and 8, G9 attacked GPEP and G9 did massacre in City Soleil.
Meanwhile, residents of Cité Soleil flee the fighting.
This is the Hugo Chavez Park right behind me. Last summer when I was here, it was completely empty, but now it's filled with refugees who fled the fighting in Cité Soleil.
Depuis 8 juillet, gen pété moun ap pouy en babal ti moun ap moui. Kon ya kay nou boule, nou pa yon côté pour nous été, kon ya na terre sur place là nous vinn rete.
Nous tombons là dans mois ça se passe là. Mais il fait 4 tours sur moun. Avant la choléra, après matin là. Après me finge choléra, après ça tout devant, tout fait boule.
Et sous lui nous dormir.
Et c'est au même seulement qui dormit sous lui?
Moi ti moun yo, ma toi ti moun nous tout neuf sous lui nous dormir.
Mais soit l'entendre la pluie à cause ça ti moun nan homme.
And when you look at this video, you should get vexed. When I look at this kind of video and I see this level of poverty, I get vexed. Because these are our brothers and sisters that we have living like this in Trinidad. We live in a global community. Trinidad is not, as you're learning, as you're getting the lesson now. Trinidad is not separated from the countries that surround it. So if one of us is suffering, all of us are going to suffer. And this is how we, Trinis, what was supposed to be the flagship of the Caribbean, this is how we have our brothers living. And we look down upon them.
Quand je m'ka kimbe ti moun. La gona me voisin là l'autre côté. Si on veut mourir parce que m'pa gen pays. Pays ça pas penser à. Pays ça pas penser à nous.
While the poor masses live and die amid disease-infested sewage water, the rich live high in the hills in mansions with swimming pools and helipads. These airplanes fly directly over the slums, where residents struggle to survive.
Are there places of Trinidad that look like this?
By the end of October, popular protests had died down, although the FRG9 blockades remain throughout the downtown and shanty towns, Grande Rue, the main thoroughfare through Port-au-Prince, La Saline, Lower Delma.
Mais mouvement la ri a cassé avant.
My God.
Mouvement la ri a faibli avant.
The movement in the streets has weakened. Right up until the movement that I'm speaking to you.
In contrast, GPEP-controlled neighborhoods like Bel Air, Grande Ravine, and Village des Dieux were not blockaded. On November 3rd, the Haitian National Police, using the newly delivered armored vehicles from the US and Canada, mounted a major attack on the FRG9's barricade. Police published this footage of a SWAT team firing into a shantytown. Having seized control of the Vera fuel terminal, the police used heavy machinery to remove the barricades and filled in trenches as armored vehicles patrolled the area. 2 days later, more fighting erupted in Cité Soleil.
Saturday, November 5th, about 2 in the afternoon, about a kilometer behind me is the neighborhood of Cité Soleil, where there is a battle going on right now between the revolutionary forces of the G9 and the GPEP, led by Gabriel in Cité Soleil. So You can hear automatic gunfire, very heavy shooting, a very extremely dangerous situation down there. Let's see what we can hear.
Cherizier says the JPEP criminal alliance attacked in concert with the police.
Send mine to
Si Gabriel nan Cité Soleil, nan zone Brooklyn, qui c'est GPEP. Li voye kop bay Gabriel pour acheter balles, pour acheter armes et que pour attaquer. Yo tout utilisé la police parce que c'est Ariel Henry qui chef CSPN nan. Comme Iska nan Cité Soleil, c'est Genève. Comme Mathias nan Cité Soleil, c'est Genève. Yo tout utilisé la police pour attaquer mon ex et que pendant la police a attaqué pas devant, si Gabriel a attaqué pas derrière. C'est la police qui fait nous attaquer au crasé quand Maintenant, Genève qu'on a obligé de Genève qui est en difficulté.
Many people were killed in the fighting.
Many men, women, and children were shot. Some died at the hospital, some at the scene. And the worst thing, the hardest part of all, the armored vehicle positioned themselves in the entrance where people died, which didn't allow us the opportunity to send those victims to the morgue. When their bodies began to decompose, we had to retrieve them, put them in coffins and bury them. Many, many people died.
Throughout the battle for Vareux, a series of rumors and deceptions circulated in mainstream press and on social media. One, that Cherizier and the FRG9 were selling gas on the black market, though no evidence was ever produced.
We cut the road that Vareux is, but we never went into the terminal. We never had access to get into the terminal. We were never inside the terminal. We didn't have the power to have gas leave the terminal. Until this day, we still don't know how much gas there is in the terminal. We only put barricades in our area.
The AP reported that Cherizier was seeking amnesty and a position in the Ariel Henry government.
Today I'm ready to use any form of struggle. We hold demonstrations to demand potable water, good schools and universities. But we're not going to hand over any FRG9 neighborhood or ghetto to any politician. To go negotiate to ask when the minister takes money to go buy a house in the United States, France, Canada or the Dominican Republic, while in the mass countries live in poverty and mud.
International bodies and media pinned all of the country's problems on the barricade at the fuel terminal, even blaming it for a famine.
Y'all gotta watch.
However, drone footage shows tankers.
To understand this video properly, you should go watch it again, because I'm not getting it sounds stupid me talking over him, when you could just go read the translations on your own.
Continuing to deliver fuel to other ports. This one, registered to Malta and carrying fuel from Curacao, delivered to the TriStar fuel terminal. Another tanker does the same at the Thor terminal in Carrefour. Media also reported that the blockade was forcing Haiti's hospitals to close, but the State University of Haiti Hospital, the largest in Port-au-Prince, continued to function. Dr. Jessie Colimon-Adrien is the hospital's executive director.
We're still functioning, but we have some issue. We are not out of fuel, but we have enough, not enough, but some gallons to continue to work.
When is the last time there was a delivery?
The last time was yesterday morning, but it's not regularly.
These shortages predate Ariel Henry's fuel price hikes and the FRG9's barricade.
Since August, we have a shortage, and it was difficult to find in the regular station. Before the blockage, the problem started before the blockage. It's worse with the increase, but that started a few months ago.
The opposition parties that seek to win the favor of the U.S. and replace Ariel Henry have long claimed that Cherizier is his tool. But with the ragtag FRG9 having held their ground against Henry's police forces until they could no more, the opposition sought to reinforce the illusion that they were in cahoots. A CNN report by Haitian journalist Etan Dupin implied that the FRG9's withdrawal wasn't the result of bloody battles with the police, but of 2 weeks of secret negotiations between the FRG-9 and Henri's government, mediated by a politician named Dr. Harrison Ernest. Cherizier holds a press conference to address the report.
Nous, force révolutionnaire, Genève en famille et alliés, nous pas jamais négocier, ni voyer quiconque moun à négocier avec Ariel Henry. Nous prenons décision ça entre nous, la force révolutionnaire, Genève en famille et alliés, mayen mayen tout, pour permettre gaz la sortir. Et nous voulons pour le peuple à connaître. Ce n'est pas une décision nous prenons parce que nous négocions quoi que ce soit avec Ariel Henry. Ce n'est pas menti qu'a fait pour essayer de lier Dr. Harrison avec nous. Nous ne pouvons jamais demander à négocier avec Ariel Henry. Et jusqu'à la minute côté de parler, nous prenons décision pour nous ouvrir et pour nous retirer les barricades. Nous ne pouvons pas jamais négocier avec Ariel Henry. Les revendications sont toujours claires. Les revendications sont toujours publiques. Qu'est-ce que nous toujours demandé? C'est de l'eau potable, c'est l'école, c'est caille, c'est bon gens conditions, c'est bon université, c'est sécurité, c'est goumen dans le quartier nous pour pas kidnapper moun, c'est goumen dans le quartier nous pour pas violer moun.
Harrison Ernest also held a press conference to refute Etan Dupen's claims.
Monsieur mande nous qui sa gouvernement bail. Nous dit al pour gouvernement par la porte-parole li parce que nous pas jamais faire négociation. Li mande qui ça Genève demande. Moi dis mais pas fait partie de Genève, m'a faire négociation, al poser aux questions.
With the blockade on Vareux overthrown and gas flowing, albeit at much higher prices, vehicles can't enter Cité du Soleil.
Pour nous autres, alors pour nous-mêmes qui dans Brooklyn, c'est vrai si Vareux a débloqué, n'a besoin de gaz, n'a fonctionnement là plus ou moins, mais d'autre part, a toujours un problème route là, parce que on a constaté l'entrée pratiquement pas gain route pour machine entrer. Donc, gade l'autre organisme vient bailler support avec communauté, mais qui côté a passé.
While its pretext has been removed, the United States remains intent on a military invasion.
We've been very pleased to see the progress that Haitian National Police have made, but still, the situation needs to improve. So we continue to work with partners from this building, from New York, capitals around the world, to discuss the potential for a mission endorsed by the UN Security Council under Chapter 7.
Computer's on a glitch again, and I'm doing nothing, literally.
There's still urgency. The status quo remains untenable.
What the future holds for Cherizier, the FRG and Haiti's revolutionary struggle remains to be written.
Si c'est parce que m'a demandé de l'eau potable, école, université, m'a demandé bon gens caille pour moun qui dans section communale, pour moun qui dans ghetto, c'est ça que me pigo chef bandi en Haïti, me fier de ce que me pigo chef bandi parce que m'a goumé pour une cause qui juste, m'a goumé pour un peuple. M'a goumé pour moun qui semble mieux, m'a goumé pour moun qui dans quartier populaire. M'arrête en la boule. M'arrête en les Thomasin. M'était Delma 6 dans mitan peuple là, dans mitan moun qui semble mieux.
In Port-au-Prince, Dan Cohen for Redacted.
A very good article. All right, that's about wrapping it up for me. I'm starting to lose energy. I'm getting tired. Yeah, I'm losing steam now. All right, so if you guys want to call in, the number to call in is 347-791-3311. The topics we went over today was the Penny, props to Penny, bravo for Penny for making that outreach to the Venezuelan ambassador. Congratulations, and I wish you luck in your negotiations. For the people of Trinidad and Tobago, I wish you the best of luck. And don't listen to the naysayers that saying you should be locked up. Those are the Dotis people of Trinidad and Tobago. Hang on. So, I'm losing energy and I'm kind of like almost dozing on it. But you know what I was thinking of doing, to show you guys the proof that Haiti has this oil. All right, let me go get some Pepsi, fill up my cup, and give this computer a chance to
Welcome to a
catch up
special
itself.
report from.
All right, let me go get something to drink. I'll be right back.
Mama tell me, since a baby, don't pass people just so. When you into Tobago, don't play proudy. Tell them howdy. I say, what's the reason, mommy? Is then she tell me, she say, all I we is one family. 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 You can't doubt me. Facts is history. Old time people will know how we come to be so bound together. One another. Nothing could separate we from sins in slavery. They say, all are we one family. 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 When he building or she planting, everybody helping. No money ain't passing. It's tradition on the island. Nowhere else that I know is like sweet Tobago. They say all are we one family. It's true. All are we one family. It's true. All are we one family. All are we one family. Oh, that people. Oh, that bumble. Oh, that tumble. Let me take together. Down tight. Round tight. Move tight. Let we jump to the go. When we walking or we loving, it's so we holding on, going from dusk to dawn, rubbing shoulder all together. Upa gangang tanti, macmet picnic. They say all are we one family. All are we one family. All are we one family. All are we one family.
All right, so I'm back. Okay. So, Haiti more oil than Venezuela is what I put into the search engine. Ignore the AI overview. It says no, Venezuela has significantly more proven oil. Proven is the word right here. Proven, right? No, Venezuela has significantly more proven oil reserves than Haiti, while there are claims and estimates suggesting Haiti could have large untapped oil and gas reserves. These are unconfirmed and unproven, whereas Venezuela has the largest proven oil reserves in the world. Let's click here. From worldoil.com. Haiti could have larger oil reserves than Venezuela. Amidst the utter devastation left in the wake of the earthquake that rocked Haiti on January 12th, new findings indicate the existence of 3 million barrels of oil in a shallow formation offshore the island. Why are these ads popping up? The Greater Antilles, which includes Cuba, Haiti, and the Dominican Republic, Puerto Rico, and their offshore waters. Let's decline this call. Among nations in the Northern Caribbean, if you call me one more time while I'm live, we're gonna have some problems. Kids. Among nations in the Northern Caribbean, Cuba and Jamaica have awarded offshore leases for oil and gas development. Trinidad and Tobago, South American islands off the coast of Venezuela account for most Caribbean oil production, according to the U.S. Energy Department. According to French scientist Daniel Maturing, the Central Plateau, including the region of Termonde, the plain of the cul-de-sac, and the Bay of Port-au-Prince are filled with oil. He added that Haiti's oil reserves are larger than those of Venezuela. An Olympic pool compared to a glass of water. That is the comparison to show the importance of oil Haitian compared to those of Venezuela. Maturing also stated that we have identified 20 sites oil. 5 of them are considered very important by practitioners and policies. President Hugo Chavez, this is an old article. Let me know if this audio is too loud in the background, because it's actually massively loud in my ears. President Hugo Chavez recently announced that he would write off the undisclosed sum Haiti owes Venezuela for oil as part of the Alba's Blocks plan. Oh my God! Woo! President Hugo Chavez recently announced that he would write off the undisclosed sum Haiti owes Venezuela for oil as part of the Alba Bloc's plans to help the impoverished Caribbean nation after the devastating January 12th earthquake. Haiti has no debt in Venezuela, just the opposite. Venezuela has a historical debt with that nation. Shit, I thought they was going to write something about Venezuela helping Haiti to retrieve that oil. But anyway, Venezuela has a historical debt with that nation, with that people, for whom we feel no pity, not pity, but rather admiration. And we share their fate, their hope. Chavez said after the extraordinary meeting with foreign ministers of the Bolivarian Alliance of the Americas, ALBA. Alright, this is nothing about, so even though Chavez was alive, he didn't make any plans to help Haiti extract this oil. So let me say this again. A French scientist, Daniel Maturing, stated, and this was This was done in the 1970s. This is not the original article that I read, but in the 1970s, scientist Daniel Maturing stated the Central Plateau, including the region of Termon, the plain of the cul-de-sac, and the Bay of Port-au-Prince, are filled with oil. He added that Haiti's oil reserves are larger than those of Venezuela. An Olympic pool compared to a glass of water, that is the comparison to show the importance of oil Haitian compared to those of Venezuela. This should have been to show the importance of oil in Haiti compared to those of Venezuela. Bad English. Who writes these things? And this is from worldoil.com. I'm assuming this is an authoritative search site. But like I said, I've read this before, that Haiti has more oil. I've read it in a different document, more scientific than this one. So that's it. So that's it. We have to understand the struggle our brothers in Haiti are going through and why they're going through it. And one thing I want to start doing this program, and this is actually very disturbing to me. And no one is doing this, so we're going to be the first here on the Workers' Right platform. Come on. Let's do a report on the Trinidad and Tobago stock market. When did the UNC come into government? Hello? Let's do a report on the Trinidad and Tobago stock market. Because, you know, this is something that actually no one has done. Alright, so with this announcement that Venezuela has labeled your Prime Minister persona non grata and has cut off all energy to the country of Trinidad, I assume that the stock market of Trinidad and Tobago will tank by at least 10%. So I went on to this website, stockxco.tt, and this is the freaking. Are you guys kidding me right now? This is the Trinidad and Tobago. This is what you guys have as a listing for the freaking Trinidad and Tobago stock market. Are you guys serious right now? Where are the IT guys in your country? This is your financial trading freaking website. Let me show you an example of a freaking proper site, a proper trading website. This right here. And ladies and gentlemen, this is something also the Workers' Right platform is going to be involved in. We are going to be launching Trinidad and Tobago's first crypto trading platform. So maybe 6 months to a year, give me time. We have to set up the logistics on how to do that. But the Workers' Right platform intends to launch Trinidad and Tobago's first crypto trading platform. So right here is a crypto trading, what a crypto trading website is supposed to look like. When you click on the chart, it's supposed to look something pretty and interactive and 2025 like this. And this is just crypto. This is just a simple crypto trading platform. It's not like an official. I can even pull that up for you too. And what an official trade website looks like. This Trinidad and Tobago government, whoever is in charge of this, you should be fired. So if I was a savvy investor, right, hearing all this news, and I wanted to make some bets against the economy of Trinidad and Tobago. This is the website I'm supposed to make my bets. But while we're here, let's see if we can decipher this website. When did the UNC government come into power? Oh my God, this is so bad. Oh my God, this is what you guys have for a freaking website to show your Trinidad and Tobago stock exchange, people. What the fuck is going on here? All right, so let's look at a 1-year index for the Trinidad and Tobago stock market. So the United National Congress came into power when? May? April 29, 2025. So let's look at the Trinidad and Tobago stock market since April, which is about here. Oh my God, this is so bad. No, what the fuck? What do you guys have for a trading platform, Trinidad? Oh Lord. All right, no, let me refresh this, man. This is so bad. Oh shit. Oh, how embarrassing for you guys. So look at this. Look at this right here, right? This is a Bitcoin trading platform. If I wanted to see the history of this crypto, let's do a Bitcoin history, right? And I want to see the history for the past. All right. Actually, let me give you a lesson right now. When you are actually doing trading on the stock market or any market, as a matter of fact, these symbols are called pips. You have entry points and you have exit points. What right here you're looking at is a chart based on time and price, right? What in front of me right now is a 1 hour chart. So this system basically takes a log on an hourly basis of the price of Bitcoin, and you have these things. You have these things that are called candles. I called them pips before. Excuse me. These are candles. Red means that it usually when you see red, that signifies that the price of the stock is going down, and green means it's going up. That's like when you initially see this is what you should think in your head. But they are actually entry and exit points on these candles. Let's see if I can zoom in closer. Right? So let's look at this candle right here. This is the last candle that was generated. It was generated October 29, 2025 at 18 o'clock, which is 2 p.m. And at 2 p.m., the start price was 117,857, and at the end price, at that, actually it's still live. That's why you see it moving right now. So it started at 111,906, and now the price is going down, and right now it is currently at 117,391. This is actually interactive and live. Let me give you a better example of this. Let's give you a 10-second. Oh, I can't get that. Oh, you gotta pay for that? Alright, so this is a 5-minute chart of Bitcoin. Every 5 minutes on the chart you get a candle, and you can read these candles by the entry and exit points. If the candle is red, that means you would read the you would read the entry. People keep texting. I actually have a business to run as I'm supposed to be doing this, and instead of running my business, I'm on the freaking live. Okay, so where was I? So you see these candles. This is a 5-minute candle. Every 5 minutes, you get a new one of these candles born to fill this time slot on the bottom here. So you have time and price. So let's go to this green chart here. When you see a green, you read from the bottom and go to the top. So on this green candle, the Bitcoin price started at 111,358 and it ended at 111,744. So this candle is a $300 gain in Bitcoin in that 5 minutes. Get it? And you can do the same by reading these candles. Let's read this candle right here, which happened 5 minutes ago. So since it's a red candle, you would read from the top and bottom because it's heading downwards, correct? So this price is 111,475 and it ended at 111,242. So that's how you read these candles. Let's change the 15-minute. And when you're doing live trading, like if you choose to become a like a day trader or even start trading in Bitcoin in general, you should generally use a 15-minute candle. That's what I use personally in my trading. So this is just a crypto trading platform, right? So if I want to see data in this for 5 months ago, I could simply just scroll back or set the candles in here. Why do we have these features on this official website for the Trinidad and Tobago stock market? How pathetic is this? You know what? Whoever is in charge of this website right here, give me a call. I will build you a website that looks like this, that's interactive for the people. And you know what? Maybe if you had something useful, you could maybe encourage the regular Trini to get into trading the stock market. Look how pathetic this is. But anyway, since the UNC came into power, the Trinidad and Tobago stock market has been on a downward trend. Let's see if so there's a little bit of interactivity on this chart. All right. Oh, this is kind of interesting here. Okay. So you set it from the scale on the bottom. Very interesting. So the UNC, the United National Congress, came into power, and the TT index was around 1,500. So if you had $1,500, if you had 1,500 TT dollars, you could buy one share of the Trinidad and Tobago stock index. So just a mere April, May, June, July, August, September, October. 6 months. So in a mere 6 months, the Trinidad and Tobago stock market has gone from $1,500 to $1,385. 1,385, excuse me. So you have lost, the Trinidad and Tobago economy, stock market has lost a significant amount of value since the United National Congress came back into power. How does that make you feel, Trinidad and Tobago? The number to call in is 347-791-3311. But I actually, the reason why I tuned into this stock shot is because I expected a serious crash of the stock market after that news that was received yesterday, where you're getting no gas and companies are going to be shutting down. So if companies are going to be shutting down, why aren't you guys selling your shares in those stocks? Huh? Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. So tomorrow, I want to see this go lower. I want to see a significant drop. Here, you 1%ers. Maybe you've been sleeping. Companies are going to shut down in Trinidad and Tobago. Hold on. Alright, so that's it. So that's it. I did how much hours did I give you today? I've been recording for 1.5 hours. Let's stop that. But how long has the stream been live for? Alright, the stream has been live for 3 hours. So nobody called in. That's totally fine. I hope you guys learned something. So thank you for tuning in, ladies and gentlemen. Like and subscribe. Share the screen. Share it with your friends. There's a new dog on the block. The real pit bull. No, I don't want to take that fucking term. No, that is disgusting. There's some new slime on the block. Nah, I don't like that. Somebody come up with a catchphrase for me. But anyway, when it comes to reporting political news and news that's important to you guys, I don't want to do this every day. Renaissance, this should be technically your job. It's your freaking channel. You're the one who's making money off of this now. Oh, congratulations, Renaissance Jeffrey, on the Workers' Right platform. The channel is now monetized. So you're going to be seeing ads on videos that you watch on this platform from now on. So Renaissance Jeffrey, thanks to me. Yes, I'm a pat myself on the head. Renaissance is now able to monetize this platform and earn a living and provide an honest and clear and clean voice to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Because to be honest with you, I am tired of the propaganda. I am tired of the rhetoric. I'm tired seeing you social media hosts come on the air every day and lie to the people of Trinidad and Tobago to make it seem like everything is okay. Right now, only the PNM social media guys are actually doing all right, criticizing the government because they're on the opposite side of the team. But I suspect if their party was in power, they wouldn't be going after the government with the same energy that they are right now. For me, no matter who is in power, you will get the same energy from me every day. I will be in their ass. I am not PNM, I am not UNC, I am a Trini. And especially in this time that we're in right now, you guys, we need to band together. Bad times are coming. Just on the nutrient plant alone, that closed. Actually, let's see what's happening in the news. What plant closed today in Trinidad? Let's see what's going on in the news before I leave. The number to call in is 347-791-3311. If you got balls enough, or if you have the ovarian fortitude, kindly let's test me. Let's see what's on the news on Twitter. Thank you. All right, let's see what's on the news. What's fresh off the plate for Trinidad and Tobago. After accusing CARICOM of betraying Trinidad and Tobago, Kamla Persad-Bissessar says the government will now look to significantly realign its foreign policy with a focus on countries outside of the region. What the fuck? What an embarrassing excuse for a president, a prime minister, and president. Trinidad and Tobago. So here it is, straight up, all over the place. After your weak and feckless prime minister who cannot accept responsibility for her actions, blaming CARICOM for her decisions, said that she's going to say fuck CARICOM. Oh, you know what? She's like Cartman. Screw you guys, I'm going home. That is Kamla Persad-Bissessar, your infantile prime minister. Wow. Wow. This is Twitter, ladies and gentlemen. This is X, better known as X. Follow me on Twitter. My profile is Penny Mafia. That's me. I have to change this freaking profile with me in this Trump hat. I'm actually embarrassed that I'm a Trump. I used to support Trump, so I have to change this picture of me. But this is my profile on X. Follow it, Penny Mafia. And the website that I'm building is going to be pennymafia.com. That's going to be Trinidad and Tobago's first crypto trading platform. So 2 hours ago, your prime minister is making an ass of herself again. What is this? So 20 hours ago, Jorge Rodriguez, president of National Assembly in Venezuela, moved and passed a motion to declare Prime Minister Kamla Persad-Bissessar persona non grata. They also moved a motion to support the ending of energy agreements between Trinidad and Tobago and Venezuela. How does that make you feel, Trinidad and Tobago? The number to call in is 347-791-3311. If you're tired of supporting this weak and feckless UNC government and you want to vent, the WhatsApp number to call in. Don't call me directly. If you call me directly, I'm not paying for that charge. The number to call in is 347-791-3311.
La primera ministra de Trinidad, honorables diputadas y los honorables diputados que estén a favor del proyecto de acuerdo para declarar persona non grata a la primera ministra de Trinidad y Tobago, Kamla Persad-Bissessar, así como para respaldar de manera unánime la denuncia que hiciera del acuerdo energético entre Trinidad y Tobago y la República Bolivariana de Venezuela. El día de ayer, el presidente constitucional de la República Bolivariana de Venezuela, sírvanse manifestarlo con la señal de costumbre, queda aprobado por unanimidad.
Say aye. Oh shit. I vote Kamla Persad-Bissessar persona non grata. I vote for that. I raise my hand. Yo, the opposition of Trinidad, if you're listening, I want you all to put in a vote. Vote KPP, persona non grata in Trinidad too. Let me listen to this.
La República Bolivariana de Venezuela, sírvanse manifestarlo con la señal de costumbre. Queda aprobado por unanimidad. Se declara como persona no grata a esta señora, no me acuerdo cómo se llama.
Ogadoy. How embarrassing for Trinidad and Tobago.
Honorables diputadas y...
What is this? Oh look! Oh, this is the article we wrote about on the Workers' Right platform. The new blog post out today by Renison Jeffrey speaks about this protest that is happening in Venezuela. The Venezuelans who are under direct threat from the United States do not have a state of emergency, and they can get on the streets and protest. But yet you in Trinidad, who is supposed to be under no threat whatsoever, you're supposed to be under the protection of the United States. As Philip Alexander said, you're in the bosom, all right? You guys are in the bosom of the United States. So why are you under a state of emergency and you cannot... Why can't you in Trinidad do this? Look at this. Look how embarrassing this is, Trinidad and Tobago. Look at this. You see this picture right here? Who is that? That is your leader, Trinidad and Tobago. They got you looking like freaking clowns on the international stage. This is what you voted for. Oh shit! Someone painted fucking Joker lips on this picture for Kamala. Oh my god, how embarrassing. La Diabla. They calling her La Diabla. Where is Miss Arima? I don't speak Spanish. Miss Arima, where are you? I want you to translate this shit for me. What are they saying about Kamala Persad-Besseser? What does Diabla mean? Anybody in the chat know? What does Diabla mean? Oh God! And I post the video in the right spot to her. Look at that. Look at the freaking timing of that. La Diabla.
Que bien bueno le quedan esos cachos. Bien bonito le quedan. Que ahora es una diabla.
Alright, I know a little bit of Spanish because I had a Spanish girlfriend. Let me see if my Spanish is good.
Que bien bueno le quedan.
Que bien bueno. What good? What good?
Esos cachos.
I don't know what I
Bien
mean.
bonito le quedan.
Very beautiful. I'm getting. And then she holds up a picture of Kamala Persad-Besseser with a freaking clown Joker mask on her. Oh my god, how embarrassing for Trinidad. If you guys are seeing this video for the first time, having your prime minister get clown like this, please like and share the video. Please share the live. How does this make you feel?
Que ahora es una diabla. Porque ahora tenemos dos diablas. Dos diablas.
La Diabla.
Y una sayona. Mira, aquí está. Que le quedan bien buenos estos cachos. Le vamos a decir que se dedique a gobernar su país. Que se dedique por la seguridad de su país. Entregue el archipiélago. Te reto. Las mujeres venezolanas te retamos. Porque nosotras sí sabemos lo que es luchar por un pueblo. Nosotras sí sabemos lo que es.
You all know. We all know. We all know something. Oh my god, are they? Yo! Look at these people behind there. They're working voodoo on your Prime Minister, Richard and Tobago. This man shaking a shack. And they're working some kind of spell on your Prime Minister right now. How does that make you feel? How does that make you feel, Trinidad and Tobago?
La Diabla. Para dejarle un futuro libre y próspero. Y estamos bien seguros de que somos la esperanza de un mejor futuro. Que bien bueno le quedan esos cachos. Bien bonito le quedan. Que ahora es una diabla. Porque ahora tenemos dos diablas. Dos diablas. ¿No? Y una sayona. Mira, aquí está. Que le quedan bien buenos estos cachos. Le vamos a decir que se dedique.
Yo, I really don't know what they're saying, but I know they're talking shit about her. What is the translation? This is rich. This is just rich. VJ is dotish. Look at this comment. Why they hate her on cam? Yo, you all need to get on Twitter. The comments are wild. And I've noticed recently there seems to be like a flood of Trinis storming Twitter, and it's wonderful to me. A lot of intelligent guys are on there. So this is what they're saying about your government on Twitter. You all really elected these people, boy. Ready how? Minister Sturge says Trinidad and Tobago not at war, but ready if war erupts. You hear that? Oh yeah. Trinidad and Tobago is not a real place. Y'all voted for this. Y'all, how does this make you feel? UNC supporters, and I know this is a UNC channel, and I know it's mostly UNC supporters on here. How does this make you feel? That what you voted for, the person you voted for, the Indian woman you voted for, who now have a bunch of statues. I don't want to call her devil worshipper. No, devil. What is the thing you Catholics use? Oh, idol worshiping. What's the word? I need some Lennox energy right about now with my words. Alright, let's see what's going on in Trinidad.
If you have any thoughts about the opposition leader meeting with the Venezuelan ambassador.
Let's hear Mr. David Naked.
Senator Naked.
Someone put a camera in his face.
Senator, as a member of the opposition, can you tell us if you have any thoughts about the opposition leader meeting with the Venezuelan ambassador yesterday?
Well, I think it's indicative of how unpatriotic the PNM is. If
Whoa! This is what is coming out from the other side. Why did she call this man an opposition member? This man is actually in the ruling government, is he not? So your dotish UNC government is coming out with this narrative that Penny Beckles is unpatriotic for going to meet with the Venezuelan ambassador, when she is the most patriotic fucking person in the room. She's the only one who is even thinking of Trinidad's welfare right now. We have no oil and no gas in Venezuela, and we are dependent on Venezuela for oil and gas. Why are you not negotiating with them? Why are you dotish fucking ruling people? You know what?
Senator Naked. Senator, as a member of the opposition, can you tell us if you have any thoughts about the opposition leader meeting with the Venezuelan ambassador yesterday?
Well, I think it's indicative of how unpatriotic the PNM is. If Kamala Persad-Bissessar had done that, if it was the shoe was on the other foot, this country.
But Kamala did do that. Kamala did do that, Mr. Naked. Kamala wrote to the United States and said sanctions should be put under Kate Rowley and Stuart Young. Do you remember when Kamala did something exactly similar to that? Oh my God. Yo, these people are so upsetting to me. These people are so upsetting. And what is even more upsetting is to hear their followers parrot this same bullshit out of their mouths.
To the PNMites. And that's why I refer to the PNM leadership. Patriotic. The PNM is. If Kamala Prasad Bisasa had done that, if it was the shoe was on the other foot, this country would have been in an uproar, especially the PNMites. And that's why I refer to the PNM leadership as rabid dogs when they're not in government.
Wow.
Listen to me well. And I said that 2 months ago, I meant it. Every word of it. When the PNM leadership and the black bourgeoisie, African for their people, not in government, they will do anything to return to government.
What do you think about Venezuela declaring the Prime Minister persona non grata?
Venezuela can do what they want. For us, she's all grata. For us, she's all grata. We love her. Because what she intends to do for this country,
What
no
the
other Prime Minister
fuck, Trinidad and Tobago?
Put her life on the line, put everything on the line. Make sure that our citizens are safe from the drug cartel. You can tell me about drugs? I saw my uncle had bust in the chest. The great Rudolph Charles, because of the white powder or version of it. So nobody can tell me about what Kamala Prasad.
Rudolph Charles. Who's Rudolph Charles? So his uncle used to do coke. So because of his uncle's predilections and his own uncle's decisions to put that poison into his body, your uncle made a choice, Mr. Naked. Did he not? Was he not a consumer of this product? Did someone force him to take this drug? Did someone strap him down in a chair and inject his arm with this white powder that you're talking about? Mr. Naked?
Sasa doing. I know what she's doing for this country. Put everything on the line. Make sure that our citizens are safe from the drug cartel. You can tell me about drugs? I saw my uncle had bust in the chest. The great Rudolph Charles, because of the white powder or version of it. So nobody can tell me about what.
Who is Rudy Charles? Isn't Rudy Charles Burroughs, Randolph Burroughs? Is he talking about Randolph Burroughs? Isn't that who he talk? Right? How did Burroughs die? Let's Google that. He said Rudy Charles, didn't he? Yo, I'm bugging out. No, he did say Rudy Charles. That's not Randolph Burroughs. How is Rudy Charles Randolph Burroughs? Yo, I'm getting tired. It's time for me to get off this live.
The persona non grata.
Venezuela can do what they want. For us, she's all grata. For us, she's all grata. We love her. Because what she intends to do for this country, no other Prime Minister is prepared to do. Put her life on the line, put everything on the line. Make sure that our citizens are safe from the drug cartel.
What the fuck is this man talking about putting her life on the line?
I saw my uncle.
How is Kamala Prasad putting her life on the line?
Great Rudolph Charles, because of the white powder or version of it. So nobody can tell me about what Kamala Prasad.
Who is Rudolph Charles?
I know what she's doing for this country. But you're asking people outside our government about it. Ask us about the government and what we're doing. It's disgraceful what Penelope Beckles has done. Disgraceful. If anybody else had done that, and I ain't gonna talk about the race factor, but if anybody else had done that from the UNC, you'll have see trouble in this country.
You lying piece of shit. You traitorous, disloyal, lying piece of shit. This is what you have in government, Trinidad and Tobago. This is what you have as leadership. So this was out 4 hours ago. And rightfully, the response to this was brutalize that. Brutalize, see that man is drunk.
Senator, as a member of the opposition.
Call for immediate elections in Trinidad and Tobago. Sign the petition. What? They have a petition for immediate elections in Trinidad and Tobago. Oh! Let's get this started, people. There is a petition online for a new election in Trinidad and Tobago. Let's get this in the chat. Like and subscribe. You know what? Hear me, like and subscribe. Share this with your people. I can't share it. You little bitch. Alright, I need a short one. Where's the share button? Copy link. Trinidad and Tobago social media has organized a petition to remove Kamla Persad-Bissessar from her prime ministership. There's a link in the chat right now. If you think this woman should be removed, do sign it. Link in the chat. And we're starting a poll now. For the first time ever, I think you should have ever seen in a YouTube chat from a Trini. There's a poll. So I want to see more of that. And Renison, if you're listening, you should be on the back end actually controlling the polls. I can be doing all of this fancy button shit by myself. I'm getting ready to get off the live now. If anybody wants to call in and have their voice heard with anything I said today, let's go over the topics that I discussed today in the 4 hours that I've been. All right. So when we first started, we discussed the Venezuela false flag attacks. We discussed Kamla Persad-Bissessar being called a persona non grata from Venezuela. I went over the Guyana false flag already. What else did we discuss? We went over quite a few topics today. Oh, and we did a tutorial on barbecue. What else? Next thing. With this ship that you guys have docked in your port, Venezuela announced that they captured operatives from Trinidad who were planning, I think they captured operatives in Venezuela who were planning to launch an attack against the USS Gravely and label and blame Venezuela for the attack. Let me tell you guys something about this USS Gravely that is now in our ports. The USS Gravely just came out the shop. It came out the repair bay. Because before the shop, it was in the Middle East. In that Strait of Hormuz. And the Houthis kept launching rockets at this USS Gravely. So the Houthis landed some missiles up the USS Gravely ass, and the USS Gravely turned around and went home for repairs. So now, for some strange reason, the USS Gravely is parked up in Trinidad and Tobago's waters. Now they have justification to actually land troops because of this so-called terrorist attack that happened in Guyana, that they are blaming on a Venezuelan migrant. Yes, we also spoke about that too, with the way the migrant looks. Is that Venezuelan migrant Venezuelan, or is he CIA? Is the guy they captured the guy you saw in the picture? What else we spoke about? Like sometimes I'll be on a train of thought and I'll just totally forget what I was talking about. What else we spoke about? I cuss out Miss Munzami. I cuss out Lennox. All of those weak, pathetic hosts who like to block political speech in their chat. If you're not man enough, if you're not pit bull enough to carry on political speech, then you need to get out of the game. Mr. Lennox, Mr. Andy, Miss Munzami. We also talked about people on the UNC launching death threats against Penny Beckles. Right? We spoke about this, that crazy lady that called and say, oh, Penny Beckles, your life is under threat or whatever. So was she pelting death threats at Miss Penelope Beckles? That's the question we asking here on the Slimy Show. Right? Next, we also spoke about we also for the first time featured our dotish caller of the day. So what we're gonna start doing now is these idiotic, moronic, dotish dunce people that like to freaking call in on radio shows and air the shit. I was trying to think of a politically correct word for shit. Feces that's in their brain on social media or on the radio. I want to highlight you and I want to embarrass you because you're stupid, and it's time you be called out for your stupidity. And I said this yesterday in my live stream. I'm gonna say it again today. If you support it, let me print this up. If you support this black man, right, who gained his power by force, the military in Burkina Faso was unhappy with their government, and this man overthrew his government by force and took control and started taking care of his people. Ibrahim Traore, how can you love this man and hate Nicolas Maduro? They are one and the same. They are fighting the exact same battles. The only difference is Maduro didn't take his power by force. He was elected by his people. Legitimately, I may add. So don't believe that shit that you hear people going around on the other broadcasts, that Maduro is a dictator and he stole the elections. That's all lies. That's all bullshit. It's all been proven to not be true. So any program that comes to you that comes to you with stuff that you know not to be true, it's time for you to start calling them out and start supporting that bullshit. Nicolas Maduro is the duly elected president of Venezuela. He's the head honcho in charge, the head nigger in charge of Venezuela. Alright, and the people want him there. The election results was like, I think 65 to 68% of the people voted for Maduro to stay, which goes in a line with the election populace, with the electoral populace of Venezuela, the electoral makeup of Venezuela. You have 25% of Venezuelans which are capitalist. 25%. That's the elite people, the elites, the one who is the ones who are begging for American invasion and Israeli invasion into their country. You have 25% of that makeup of Venezuela. 25%. Another 30% of that is make up of hardcore communists. And then another 30-something% of that is the socialists, which actually is the ruling party in Venezuela right now, the socialists. The socialists, they're a left-leaning government, a left-leaning way. They believe that the government should take care of the people, which is something I believe also. It is the government's job to take care of the people. They should provide healthcare. They should provide housing. They should make sure that garbage is collected. They should make sure that the streets are clean and people are employed. That is the role of the government. And any government I will be in charge of will be a socialist government. Even though I myself am a communist. A communist is someone that is more to the left than a socialist. Think of me being hardcore. Like wanting the government to provide everything for the people. That is basically what communism is. The government providing for the people. Socialism is actually to the right of communism. The communists say the socialists are not giving enough. Alright, I'm on the side where the government and everything should provide for the people. China has a communist government, but they have a socialist economy. Something like what Venezuela has right now. So Venezuela right now is 99% food self-sufficient. So even if the United States blockaded their country, like what they've done virtually for the past 10 years, Venezuela still survives because it's now self-sufficient. It grows its own food on home, in land. And Venezuela is also 80%. Venezuela also produces 80% of its pharmaceuticals, of its drugs, of its medications. 80%. It only imports 20%. And now with Venezuela now involved in tech and artificial intelligence, it's going to be bringing all of those benefits. And this is the model that I'm telling you people in Trinidad that the artificial intelligence should follow in Trinidad and Tobago. AI should not be run by a capitalist. AI should be run by a communist government, or at least a socialist. Because if AI in the hands of people, capitalists, they believe that the rich should be richer and money flows to the top and we trickle the shit down to you. That's the capitalist model. You don't want artificial intelligence based on that model in Trinidad. If there's going to be an artificial intelligence system that is going to be run in the country of Trinidad and Tobago, it is supposed to be communist minded. So you look at countries at China and look at what they're doing and ask yourself, why are they shooting so far ahead of the United States? The dying empire in the United States. And here is something that I heard yesterday that I want you guys to pay attention to. The United States is getting its ass kicked in the Middle East. All of those warships that you saw at the Strait of Hormuz was freaking sitting targets. The Houthis, which are considerably less advanced than Venezuela, were shooting rockets on a daily basis at those warships in the Middle East. So you know what Trump said? Let me get my ships out of the Middle East. And he moved them to the Caribbean for protection. So what is happening right now in the Middle East? There's supposed to be this peace treaty that Israel had with Gaza. Israel is now breaking that peace treaty. And there is rumors, there's the talk on the tongue next is that Israel will launch an attack against Iran. Iran is the fucking big dog of the Middle East. Iran is not to be fucked with. If there is a force, a great force in the Middle East, it will be Iran. Iran is the 800-pound gorilla. You heard all this news a few months ago that the United States launched some strikes against Iran and it destroyed its nuclear capabilities and yada yada yada. That's all bullshit. Nothing was destroyed. If anything, they got some minor damage that's already been repaired. And all of the damage that the United States did to Iran is already been rebuilt. So Iran right now is armed up to the teeth, ready for the next attack that Israel has coming. Donald Trump said that he wants peace, that he worked out a peace deal with Iran. Right? So if Israel comes and violates that stuff that Trump set up, all of those warships that are in the Strait of Hormuz will be sank. So the talk on the tongue right now is you seen like an aircraft carrier pulling up in the Caribbean. That's not necessarily for Venezuela, but it's more like Donald Trump is parking his ship in the Caribbean because he doesn't want to get struck by Iran when Israel launches the next attack. Because Iran threatened the United States, because I don't know if you guys really need to be paying attention to this. Iran literally broke through that Iron Dome that they have set up in Israel and were just eliminating targets at will. Iran has hypersonic missiles now, and it demonstrated through Israel hypersonic missiles hitting sensitive facilities. Mind you, these hypersonic missiles are manufactured in Venezuela. Dun dun dun. Venezuela is not no little put country that can't fight back. Venezuela today is not the Venezuela of 10 years ago with Hugo Chavez. One thing that I'm very impressed with, freaking Maduro armed his ass to the teeth. And what we see happening right now with Venezuela is we have the countries, we have everybody uniting. The whole of CARICOM is united, and now we have the most of South America is uniting. You have Brazil. Woo! Thank you, Brazil. God bless you. You have Colombia. You have Venezuela. And you have Mexico. So you have these four monsters of Latin America countries now flexing their muscles at the United States. So the United States, fresh out of getting its ass kicked in the Middle East, is now coming for which I hope everyone who is paying attention to global politics hope for. The United States is coming to Venezuela to die. All of that money that the United States spends on weaponry every fucking year, it's not new weapons, it's all old 20-year-old stuff. So when Russia launched this war in Ukraine 2 years ago, it introduced new weapons onto the battlefield. Never before in war history has the United States seen drones used in a manner that Russia started coming out with. And guess who was manufacturing these drones for Russia at the time? Iran. Right? So something that the United States didn't want to happen was trying to avoid happening for all of these years happened. Russia united with Iran and China, and now recently India. It makes you wonder, right? Why did Prime Minister Modi come to Trinidad and Tobago a few months ago? What kind of message do you think that Modi was trying to deliver to Kamala? Do you think he was encouraging this shit that she's doing right now? As I told you all before, I believe Modi was sent as an emissary from BRICS because they knew everything that Kamala had planned for you all. And Modi was sent to invite her over to the BRICS bloc. And instead she chose to go with the United States. The country that is currently massacring children in Gaza. I know you might want to say that, oh no, it's Israel that's the one that's doing the genocide in Gaza. It's not the United States. No, it's not the United States. It's Israel that's doing that to them people. The United States is the one that's selling Israel the bombs and providing taxpayer dollars to kill those babies in Gaza. The United States is the demon, the big demon behind everything. If I hire a hitman to go kill my wife, who is more dangerous, me or the hitman? The United States behind this genocide in Gaza. After all the 2 years, it's like the freaking Kamla Besessa administration has not been paying attention to what's happening on the world stage. For the past 2 years, every day I open my screen on Twitter, I'm seeing nothing but dead babies. I don't know. I don't want to show you all this. You know, this is my Twitter feed. Right now, there's really not much happening. For some reason, the algorithm is pushing me more Trinidad and Tobago news now than it was pushing me the news in Gaza. They actually did change the algorithm recently, but every day, whoa, look at this. But every day for the past 2 years, I was getting dead and blown up babies on my feed, and it made me develop a hatred for the United States, for what the United States is doing, and to see the Trinidad and Tobago government side with this genocidal government, it makes me sick to my stomach. This is exactly what this woman is. This is how she's been portrayed on Twitter. Ladies and gentlemen, I encourage you to get your ass on Twitter if you're one of those people that want to get educated on politics. If you're on Facebook, you're with the dotish. But anyway, I straight from my main point. Anyway, I'm talking too long, man. Time for me to go. Afternoon, Val Boeing. How are you? You coming in as I'm freaking tired. Let's hear what they're saying.
Shifts the burden to future generations.
Oh, let's listen to this. This happened in the parliament today.
Madam Vice President.
I had actually started streaming the parliament, but I got pissed off because they wasn't talking about nothing important. Imagine they're talking about putting police into schools in parliament. You have to discuss that as a governmental level instead of having like some agency take care of that. This is something that is put before the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago. And this is what they're discussing in the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago after frickin' Venezuela shut the frickin' door on you. There should be emergency meetings in Parliament right now discussing just that. And instead, you had what was happening this morning, where there was the nonsense that they was talking about that I just had to cut off. Let's hear what this woman had to say. This is an independent senator.
Borrowing to fund consumption or deferred obligations simply shifts the burden to future.
Yeah, I love Fearless, Val.
On this score, Madam Vice President, it was...
Yeah, me and Fearless, we think alike. I love that brother. If there's anything I love Trinis that speak out and are fighting for the country. Patriots. We need more of that. We don't need these weak ass hosts like Heavy and TC and the Grung Report. And this other guy, what's his fucking name? The one that looked like a child, like a PDF file. What's his name? Oh, I need to take one of them memory pills. Anyway, thank you, Val, for visiting.
It's concerning to me that the budget presented by the Honorable Minister did not mention the government's intention to borrow $18.96 billion. There was no mention of that in the budget presentation. But when you went to one of the yellow books, you saw borrowing of 18.965. And borrowing by itself is not a problem, particularly when you have declining revenues. That is not the issue. What concerns me is the change in the consumption of the borrowing. In recent years, government debt has been largely domestically financed, but the 2026 estimates point to a pivot towards foreign borrowing. So of the 18.965 billion, 8.1 billion comes from the domestic market and 10.9 billion comes from the international market. This shift in the composition of borrowing will bring higher costs, greater exchange rate risk, and of course, repayment obligations in foreign currency. For the benefit of the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago,
this is all fucking annoying to me, man.
Let me be pellucidly clear. Each dollar that we borrow in foreign exchange must be repaid in foreign exchange. And I ask, how will these debts, because borrowing is a debt to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, how will these debts be serviced without worsening the foreign exchange strain or without driving the debt to GDP ratio higher? Those are fundamentals, Madam Vice President.
Do you Trinis even know what the fuck she's talking about?
Is that the country must.
Do you even know what a debt to GDP ratio is? Trinidad and Tobago, you know what? Oh God, oh God, oh God. You know, I really need to give you a class on this. Debt to GDP. What does that mean? Let me do something here.
Drawing down on reserves or further borrowing. If these inflows of foreign exchange do not materialize, current and future generations will shoulder the burden through a devaluation process, most likely, or higher taxation. Because every dollar borrowed today, let me repeat, every dollar borrowed today is a promise to repay in foreign exchange tomorrow.
You hear that, Trinidad and Tobago? How does that make you feel? The number to call in. Do you, first of all, with this incompetent government that you have before me, they have a $18 billion shortfall. Then again, I shouldn't even discuss the budget because I told you before that budget is fake. It's all something just flipped together, you know, in a jiffy, because they're planning to have bombs drop in Trinidad and troops based in Trinidad. That is the grand plan. So don't even bother talking about budget. But Trinidad, just think of Trinidad as fucked, because none of that is going to materialize. Because now that you have Venezuela and the United States going at each other. Oh, I forgot. I started explaining this to you before. You have all of these Latin countries united. You have CARICOM united. The only one who is on the side of the United States is Trinidad and Tobago, and the United States needs an actual ground point. Like they actually need, if they're going to launch attacks against Venezuela, they have to do it from land. They can't do it from the sea. If they do it from the sea, just like I was telling you, those boats are now in 2025 nothing but targets. Venezuela imported 5,000 rockets 3 days ago, and all of those rockets are anti-ship missiles. So just like the Houthis actually were building their own stuff. But Venezuela imported Chinese anti-ship missiles. So all of those ships you see are targets. They're not a show of force. They don't project their power like they used to 10 years ago. Maduro is itching to fucking sink one of them ships right now. So going back to what I was saying. If the United States is to attack Venezuela, they need to do that from the land. They need to base troops from the land where they can actually do their outdated drone attacks, or to launch actual rockets or whatever. They need to do this from a land base. And guess what? Every freaking country in CARICOM has locked off their shores to the United States except freaking Trinidad and Tobago. So Trinidad and Tobago, your government has made your country a military target. So yesterday, Venezuela has declared war upon the country of Trinidad and Tobago. There are multiple stages of war. War doesn't only start with bombs. Like the United States has been at war with Venezuela for the past 10 years. The United States has killed over 60,000 Venezuelans over the past 10 years because of its economic sanctions against that country. Sanctions is war. And yesterday, Venezuela launched an economic sanction against Trinidad and Tobago. Venezuela has declared war against the government of Trinidad and Tobago. They're about to put the squeeze on you. So now we see one major company shutting down, Nikon. What's happening with Nikon? I don't know. Let's see Twitter. What's actually going on in the news, man? Huh? How you feel about your government? And I know I'm violating some of your senses right now. Like for example, hold on. And I know this is a platform that my computer's starting to freeze up again. And I know this is a platform that people like Munzami used to frequent. Right? So if Munzami come up in here... Alright, hold on a second. Someone is ringing my doorbell. I don't know why. Hang on a second.
Like that.
Living in your house, trying to raise your family in a law-abiding manner, 9 o'clock in the morning, gunman in your home, gunman in your home, gunman in your home, gunman in your home.
gunman in your hole, 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 gunman in your hole.
Master. Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, she like that. How will you get low? How will you get low? And then I empty the clip and I reload. How will you get low? How will you get low? And then I empty the clip and I reload. Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, she like that.
Alright, I'm back. So it seems I have to actually run an actual business as I'm doing this live stream. So far I've made $300 as I'm on the fucking live. People just coming and giving me money. What a beautiful life, huh? Alright. I'm getting ready to end this stream unless you guys want to go a little longer, unless you want to talk shit and hang out. The number to call in is 347-791-3311. Like and subscribe. Tell your friends, tell your baby mama, tell your how did that saying go?
Tell your friend, tell your friend.
Remember there was this meme a few years ago when they was actually raping people. I can't say it on YouTube, where they were wording people, and they came up with this meme: tell your friend, tell your mom, tell your dad, whatever. So tell your mom, tell your friend, tell your dad, tell your whatever about the Slimy show. I'm getting ready to close up. It's been good. I hope you guys learned a lot. You know, I'm really not here to learn from you guys. I am here so that you can learn from me. If the call-in feature is so you guys could actually get a chance to express yourselves. But my main mission is to get you guys out of dotish mode. The stuff that you have for social media in Trinidad and Tobago is unacceptable. It is disgusting. It is deplorable. It is sinking you guys into a hole. Channels like the Ground Report, Heavy and TC, and all those evil paid mouth. You know what I hate about them is their mouths are paid for. Their voices are paid for. And they are paid to lie to you on a daily basis. And now that with everything escalating and it's getting to a boiling point now where we're actually at war, and these people are saying, oh, it is not war, that the United States is it's just there for security and we fighting drugs and all this shit. It's time to stop that. So there's a new sheriff in town, and his name is Slimy. So when you want your news, when you want your honest reporting and your if you want your news with a revolutionary tinged style to it, pro people, pro proletariat, anti bourgeoisie, you come here. I'm the new sheriff in town. Forget the pastors. Forget about that, man. I love you, Pastor Google, but you got to do better. What my one criticism, even though you've been doing a good job, Pastor Google, my one criticism about you is, once again, I'm gonna say this again, you are in political chat. When someone comes in and disagrees with you, you use your words to change their minds. Look at me. Look at how I started, right? But then again, I'm different from you people. I got slapped in the face one time, and that is when I decided not to trust any politicians. It started with my my transformation when I became an atheist, to know not to trust people who are in charge of you. And one of the tenets, one of the principles of atheism is to be skeptical of everything. So if the government comes out and tells you X, you the first thing you do, you shouldn't be trusting of them. The first thing you should do is question. Always be skeptical of everything the government says, because the government is not there to serve you. The government is there to serve the elites, the people in charge. Anyway, I want to end. I don't want to say this is a prayer. You know what the prayer? Yeah, this guy is going to be the prayer for the night. We actually touched on Gaza today, which is I think is a first for Caribbean streaming. So I want to end with this prayer tonight.
Fuck Israel all day, every day. Fuck Israel till my last breath. Fuck Israel till I'm in jail or I get shot. Fuck Israel. Fuck Zionism. Fuck you and fuck you.